Hello there, you spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. Welcome to the Cult of Vain, the home of hedonism. Or today, the genre of the labyrinth, the place of the labyrinth, the realm of the labyrinth. As today we are going to be playing the Labyrinth adventure game, as was your delightful reward. And by the looks of things, if we smash another donation goal, or when we smash another donation goal, whether it be this week or whether it be 3-4 months from now, you are going to have another episode of this. We have done the first section, the city, the walls. What was the first section called? Can't remember now. It's all right. It's okay. I've got a book here to remind me, so I don't have to remember directly, you know? That's one of the great things. The stone walls, of course it was. Something to do with walls. I knew. And there we have the little worm. Of course we do. And today we are going to be entering the Hedge Maze. The only place where any of you will get any kind of resolution to your, well, missing memories, isn't it? But anyway, let me say hello to everybody first. How you doing? Druid as a Midian. Hello, Rusted Reverie. Quali, you cheeky devil. How you doing? Solid Seeking, welcome on in. Caro, you beautiful bean. Mel Sinef, how you doing? How's it going? Vet Girl, you beautiful individual. Hello, you beautiful bean. Illawana, Mo, Brookie, Cookie Frog, all these beautiful individuals coming in here. It's a Saturday night, so we might see some old faces we haven't seen in a while. Good Lord, Eris.
45 months I have spent in the Labyrinth of Vain. And goodness me, has it engulfed me like the bog of eternal stench. Here's to many more months with all you glorious beings, and yes, I suppose that does include you too, Val.
How dare you?
All the love, you fantastic individuals.
How dare you even suggest that it doesn't include me? This is my labyrinth. How could you even assume that it wouldn't be including me? Good Lord. Eris Ptolemy going in with the tier 3 subscription, taking us 6 steps closer to the 60-40 split, because now we're on the 1st of August. It all resets again. But we will inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vain, you cheeky devil. By having your name upon the mirror of Vain means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them, and the tier 3 cursed emotes. But the most important thing is you need to roll over and look into your tiny little mirror, tiny little tier 3 mirror, and go, God, do I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says go fuck yourself, I literally could, ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? All of the shinies. All of the shinies. Thank you very much for that, you beautiful being. Lunicorn, I see what you did. I see what you did, you cheeky devil. Where was I? Brookie Cookie Frog. Yes, there we go. Phoenix of the Fens. I did not know that. You can whisper me anytime. Generally speaking, my DMs are open. If it's not something I want to deal with, then I'll either say something or I'll ignore you. One of the two. One of the two. Bear with me 2 seconds. There we go. There we go. How's it going, J2? How you doing? Yes, you know someone else using my name, Valenvain456. I did just look them up, and there doesn't seem to be anything on the profile. So, Phoenix Fens, I'm assuming that it's just another bot, I would imagine. As long as they're not contacting anybody, I don't care quite so much if they're not messaging people. It's when people are using my name to start, like, scamming people that I have an issue. Do you know what I mean? But thank you so much for letting me know all the same. Lunicon, how you doing? How's it going? Really looking forward to this. It should be good fun. I still forgot to message that wonderful individual who was up for making a wig for me, so I'll have to do that later, either later tonight or sometime tomorrow, thereabouts. Got a busy weekend this week, getting on board, doing bits and pieces. Same, very excited. Yeah, it's good. Is there anybody here who wasn't here for episode 1? Anybody who missed episode 1? Perchance. Saturday stream today with Valen? No way. I know, Kiara, I know. It's very rare that I do a Saturday stream. Very, very, very rare. However, because we didn't do a stream last Sunday, which is when we were meant to do our second episode of the Labyrinth roleplay game, I decided that I would do one today instead. And hopefully, with it being a Saturday night, maybe more people can come and join us, you know? Claudia says, hello, you beautiful individual. That S is hiding in the waterfall stream starting soon. Oh, right, yeah. I was trying to find some like hedgerow because for those people that are watching the VOD or weren't here at the beginning, I always try and start the stream with like something that's interesting to look at behind the starting soon screen, usually some kind of screensaver. But there isn't any like hedgerow maze ones. There's no Hedge Maze screensavers, which is surprising to me. But that is what it is. That is what it is, you know? So instead I was like, ooh, waterfalls, that's hedgy. Let's go. Waterfalls are hedgy. It'll be fine. Pixbomb, welcome on in. How you doing as well? Helena, you beautiful human being. How's everyone been today? Warm today. Doing all right. Just trying to crack on. It's been very, very busy, and I'm definitely fatigued because I've been so busy. But hopefully August will be a little bit more chill. Just a little bit. However, I know that next weekend I'm quite excited because next weekend, as well as us doing the extra stream where we are starting, we are starting Dracula. We're going to do an audiobook stream of Dracula on Thursday, as well as my normal streams. I'm also doing a photo shoot with Sway on Saturday. Next Saturday.
It's August already.
Oh my, it is August already, Shade and Sunshine. It is indeed, you beautiful being. Allow me to inscribe your name upon the mirror of vein, wherever I put this cheeky little thing, for 58 months, taking that one step closer to the 60-40 split now that we have rolled over once again into August, you cheeky devil. By having your name upon the mirror of vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? Or God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? It's the only way to do it. Tis the only way to do it. Fucking, this shirt gets really ruffled in these very tight leggings, and it annoys me, but here we are. I'm a weirdo. Welcome back on in. How you doing? Mel Sinev. Happy Yorkshire Day. I didn't even realize it was Yorkshire Day today, but happy Yorkshire Day. Thank you very much for that. I have drank many Yorkshire teas today, more than usual for this time of year, so that must have been a sign that it was Yorkshire Day. You know? It's too hot in Glasgow. Feels like a million Calvin Harris fans in my area. I'm just home from work. Oh lordy. Well, you're here now. Here now, you beautiful being. Druidess of Midian. In fact, there's been a few stream streaks here. We've got Druidess of Midian with the 5 stream streak. Letting my boobies out to fly free as I streak into the void. I mean, into the void's bold. I've heard it's cold in the void, but it's quite warm here today, so I'd understand it if you were running around all naked today. Do you know what I mean? Qualia also can't be here long, but you're streaking in 3 senses. Oh, my lord. Oh, lordy. Oh, Qualia. Oh. Just be careful, friends. The sun's back out. Make sure you get yourself covered in sun lotion. We don't want anybody getting any burnt flappy bits. Do you know what I mean? Virgin Vixen also coming in with the 10 stream streak. You cheeky little devil. Welcome on in. How you doing? And Little Kitty with the 20 stream streak. Good lord. Qualia, you had 35 stream streak. I don't think I actually read that out. But welcome on in, you beautiful beings. All you streakers, make sure you cover yourself in sun lotion. Nobody wants burnt flappy bits. Nobody wants that. Nobody needs that in their lives, all right? Cheeky little devils. That's what I wanted. Where was I? Painted Lady, how you doing? How's it going? Phantom Zandria, welcome on in, you cheeky devil. Very nice makeup, it's on point. Well, I had a description of wig. And I've realized that the wig was shit. So I was like, right, I'll just do the makeup. I'm happy to do the makeup. That's perfectly fine. What I am just going to quickly do, though, is turn off all of the sex education questions. They can stay on. That can stay on. Turn off whimsical fact. That can stay on. Get rid of that. Cool. Just for today. Just for today. I'll turn them back on tomorrow. Well, I'll turn them back at the end of the stream when we can, when you can redo them all as of Monday. As of Monday. Do you know what I mean? Makeup is on point. Yeah, makeup has actually disappointed me today. Druidess of Midian. The makeup is slightly off, and I don't like it. It was perfect last time we did this, but for today it's off. Today I was not right. But fuck it, doesn't matter. It's too late now. It's too late now. It's fine. It'll do for the stream, you know. On 69 stream streak, such a shame it won't let me claim it. I know, Mel. It's the worst. It's the worst. It upsets me that of all places you would expect Twitch to acknowledge the 69 stream streak, you know? Yeah, I know. Jared Valen, how you? Yes, exactly, Brookie Cookie Frog. Happy Heart Dance, doing my best, doing my best. Got, well, one day I'll have like a proper sexy Jareth wig to go with it. But that may have to wait for a little while. That may have to wait for a little while, you know? Lake Dejected, welcome on in. Hello, you beautiful individual. All the gorgeous beans, I know, right? Call me Bliss, hello, you beautiful individual. Howdy from Texas, hello, you cheeky devil. This humidity is getting me eaten in ways that I don't wish to be eaten. Outrageous, little key. Outrageous. Dabber Cogsworth, hello, you beautiful bean. Hope you're doing well. Gilus, you beautiful individual. Vexatious Quipster, hello, you beautiful bean. Wheezy Gal, hello. Hello, my lover. How you doing? You alright? Not here for long, going to be in bed early for a 5 a.m. shift tomorrow. Virgin Vixen, fully understandable. You know, make sure you get plenty of rest. Don't worry for those people that need to disappear off because of whatever reason. The VOD will be available on the VODs and Vanity channel. So episode 1's already out there, but if I just type in that, the VODs and Vanity channel is where I store all of my VODs, but the first episode of the Labyrinth stream is there already. And this episode will be there as of the next day or so. Depends on how much I get done tomorrow as to whether I can get it sorted. Tonka, how you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in. You weren't here. Okay, I will do a bit of a recap. I'll do a bit of a recap as to how it all goes, okay? And when we jump into it, I just want to say hello to everybody first. Is this Shihalion? Welcome on in. You missed episode 1. Not a problem, friends. I will absolutely do a recap so that everyone knows exactly where we're at and what's going on and what's happening, okay? It'll be interesting with the voice today because after yesterday's stream, I woke up this morning with a croaky voice. So it should be fine. Don't worry. Don't panic. I think we'll be okay. But we're just going to be bearing that in mind that I might need to quit some of the more strenuous voices later on in the stream. Although I don't think any of the characters has particularly strenuous voices today. One thing I do need to do though. Oh, where did they go? Bear with me, chat. That was what I was doing. Something I have forgotten to do. That's what I wanted. That one. Ooh, what would that be though? Okay, we can do it this way. We'll do it this way, that's fine. Yeah. Sorry, friends, this will all be worthwhile when we actually get into the game. But I just wanted to get it all set up first, and I completely forgot I needed to do it, so it won't take me a second. Alright, cool. That should be now sorted. That should now be sorted. Not a problem. Thought it was best to say something after the issue you had on the site. I appreciate that, Phoenix Defense. I really do. I really do. There's quite a few like Valen/Valen Vane profiles on Twitch. A lot of them come from this community because of like jokes and gimmicks we've had over the years, which is never really a problem. It's just when people start using my fucking name to try and scam other people out of money that I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to matter how much you report people. They don't fucking know. The platform doesn't do sweet fuck all about them. So it's quite frustrating. Quite frustrating. Shade and Sunshine, how you doing? How's it going? Even August. If I could type correctly, I was about to say it is indeed August. August already. It is August already. Absolutely. And August. For sure. For sure. It's your birthday on Thursday. Well, Wheezy Gal. Come in while we're not reading in a moment, and I will sing happy birthday to you for sure. For sure. Why do I feel like I'm about to play the Crystal Maze? Because people keep associating me with the Crystal Maze, maybe? You know what I mean? Stefachino, welcome on in. How you doing? August is hell in Edinburgh. I'm hiding away all month. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Although saying that, it's cooled down a hell of a lot. I was expecting it to get a lot hotter, but it seems like the hot months have been June more than anything else. DDS Melody, welcome on in. In Edinburgh a couple of weeks' time. UK wrestling show over there. Yeah. Be up for the challenge? Of course you would. Of course you would. The Aztec zone is the best zone. They should make a... That would be a fun TTRPG. Doing a Crystal Maze tabletop roleplay show would be quite fun. That would be quite entertaining. Positive thing for me though, got a wee shout on Facebook from a certain wrestler as I'm one of his top fans on there. Aww. That is glorious. I'm glad that that's warmed your little heart. I don't remember what the venue is offhand, but I'm staying in Edinburgh after the show with friends. That's cool. There's Fringes coming up soon, is it not? In the next couple of weeks time. Edinburgh Fringe. If I remember correctly. JJS, thank you very much for the 10 little panderings. I remember you telling me the name you wanted to go by, and I can't remember what it was. So I'm just I've reverted back to JJS. Was it Susie? Was it Susie? I have vague recollections of Susie. Lady Lisa, welcome on in. How you doing? Wasn't going to miss this. I appreciate it. Well, fear not, we haven't kicked in yet. And I will be, of course, doing dramatic, like retelling of what happened last time, along with the regaling of what is about to happen, what occurs, you know. Something about swimming under things to find hidden areas. Oh yeah, absolutely. Feel good at this area. Well, we're not doing Crystal Maze. We're doing the Labyrinth. Very different things. Very, very different things. Bulls Gaming, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Can you sing the Labyrinth theme? I had the Labyrinth theme on at the beginning of the stream, so I didn't need to sing it. And at the moment, I can't sing Sweet Fuck All because my voice is struggling. After talking for 5.5 hours yesterday, 3 of those were reading, doing the audiobook of Call of Cthulhu, which is will be on the VODs channel as soon as it's processed. Has it processed yet? It is not processed yet. It is in the process of processing, so it should be live on the VODs channel tomorrow. The Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. A audiobook stream that you, again, another reward for all of you beautiful individuals donating so kindly to me. That's me panicking, by the way. I took your advice and comments about last night and started to make a list of places I'd take their partner and the kids. Started to look at costs as well, so hopefully I can make it as stress-free as possible. I love that Bulls Gaming. I'm really, really glad. That is a great use of that pent-up energy that you feel when they're not around. Do you know what I mean? You just lost the game? Was it Dabber Cogsworth's fault, Wheezy Gal? Dabber Cogsworth is the one that comes and ruins the game for all of us here. Ruins the game for all of us. Scandalous individual that they are. Outrageous, I tell you. Danae Raven, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Onion Pencil, hello, you glorious bean. God knows if you did the Crystal Maze, I'd be there to take part and dive headfirst in. You assume, J2, that you would be a team member. Who knows what would happen if I ran the Crystal Maze? Mumsy. You know? Who knows? Claudithus, how you doing? How's it going? Oh, we didn't panic prematurely. So do I. Cardboard Valen Israel and Crochet Valen. Yeah, they're both here. They're just away. Because unsurprisingly, funnily enough, today isn't about Cardboard Valen and Crochet Valen. It's about Jareth Valen, Goblin Valen, you know? Edinburgh is mad God's dream from a poem I can't remember. I fucking love Edinburgh. My ex took me to a beautiful place in Edinburgh. And we had one of the most special times that I've had in my fucking life, to be fair. It was a whole scenario. Beyond it, I was to say, you sing happy birthday to me, Weezygal. If you're there on Thursday, I certainly will. Kareem Colin, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Hello from Denver, Colorado. Eventually, I'll be able to speak correctly. How you doing, you beautiful? Welcome on in. Susie's your name? Yeah. I fucking knew I'd remember. Emma Dragon Queen, hello, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. Unoya, hello, you beautiful being. Welcome on in as well. All these beautiful people coming in here. But will all be good today? I think so. I think everyone's doing all right. I think everyone's doing okay. Van looks super gorgeous. Yesterday was awesome. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I've been told, I've been warned that when we do the words, Valen, when we do the Dracula one, it's quite a dry beginning. It's quite a dry start. So I'm going to try and whip through the first few chapters as quickly as possible.
Subscribe.
But we'll see. We'll get there.
Kind.
I want to do the full book.
2 months. It's a wonderful thing.
It is indeed, Tigger. I do want to do the full book because if we're going to do Gothic classics, then I would like to do the full book generally. Do you know what I mean? Right then, Tigger, coming in with the 2 months, allowing the corruption to settle in nicely, you know. Oh, hello. If I can get my little golden pen in order to do it properly. Tigger Fellini. Your name is now inscribed upon the Mirror of Fame. By having your name upon the Mirror of Fame, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? God, oh my lordy. A Bulls Gaming as well coming in here with a brand new tier 1. Both of you, actually, both Tigger and a Bulls Gaming, have taken us that one step closer to the 60-40 split for August. Now we're in August. I appreciate that, you beautiful being. We actually got over halfway towards the 70-30 split last month as well. I'm not pushing for it. I'm not urging or encouraging or anything like that. I'm just very, very grateful. I'm just grateful that is something that people are willing to invest in me and help me out and do those things. So I'm just very grateful for it. Thank you very much. But I've inscribed those names on the Mirror of Vein as well. Bulls Gaming. By having your name on the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. In fact, technically, it's metaphorical Snapchat because it doesn't even exist anymore. I got tired of the pornography bots trying to show me their vaginal canals. But the most important thing... Oh, you also get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing for the pair of you is you need to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? Them's the rules. You know? Ban looking super gorgeous. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed yesterday as well. I actually really enjoyed it. That was the first time I fully read through Call of Cthulhu, so I was glad to do it. I'm glad that people want me to do audiobook streams because it encourages me to read. And there's a lot of books that I want to read. I want to read all of the old Gothic classics. So maybe we'll get some Edgar Allan Poe in there. Maybe we'll get some modern day Prometheus, aka Frankenstein, in there. And we'll leave it up to you, whatever the community wants to hear. But I feel like it'd be nice to do if the community wants to see more of it. Do you know what I mean? Caitlin, hello, you beautiful being. Goblin Valen, exactly. Everyone loves Goblin Valen. Take that how you will. Crystal Maze crossed with Rocky Horror with a slice of the Labyrinth. Where can we go wrong, Bulls Gaming, right? Where can we go wrong? One of my favorite places ever. Yeah, I really enjoyed Edinburgh. I had a wonderful, wonderful time in Edinburgh. I have to say. Gobble, gobble. Calm yourself, Druidess of Midian. Just because you want to get your lips on my crystal balls, I understand what's going on. I understand, you cheeky devil. You'll need to forgive me, but whenever you bend over... Take a lovely view of your backside. How dare you? How dare you, JJS? How dare you, Susie? This is called Jareth's bum. It's not my bum, because that would be the bum Snapchat, okay? That would be the bum Snapchat, and we can't have that. I've forbidden you from the bum Snapchat already. No more bum Snapchat. And therefore, The fact that Jareth wears ridiculously tight leggings is just part of the cosplay, unfortunately, you know? I say unfortunately, like I haven't worn less on stage. I don't give a shit. Made it into here in time before the game starts? Absolutely. We'll be starting very, very shortly, I would imagine. Do you know what I mean? Mine's in the gutter at the moment. It's all right. Like, welcome. Welcome, Susie, to the gutter. Take a look around. Find out all of our friends. Hello. How you doing? How's it going? The community of the Cult of Vane living in the gutter. That's us. Hello. How you doing? Guten Tag. Willkommen. Bienvenue. Welcome. Fremde. Étranger. Stranger. Glücklich zu sehen. Je suis enchanté. Happy to see you. Bleibe. Liebe. Bleibe. Rest stay. Can't remember. It's been a long time since I sang Cabaret. You know? Nothing wrong with having the mind in the gutter. Exactly. Why would we do anything else, you know? Like being in the gutter, of course. Filth and debauchery, oh my, you know? Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Filth and debauchery and perversion, oh my. You know, same thing. You've waved at yourself? Oh, I see. Never been out of the gutter, we like it here. Exactly, Tiernalaw. Exactly. What more do you need in life, you know? Have you played that part? Which part? I used to do a one-man Rocky Horror Show once upon a time, so I've played every part in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is one thing. That'll do for now. I've played every part in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I mean, I played the part of Jareth here, but I haven't played it on, like, stage. Or MDM Cabaret? No. I have sang the song a lot at other cabarets, because obviously it's a cabaret song. But I haven't played the part, no. No. Not yet. Maybe one day. You know, the problem is that my life is so busy now that when it's like, oh yeah, we're going to have, do a tour of Cabaret and we want Val and Vane to play MD or whatever, I'm like, well, I'm going to struggle with that because I'm too busy streaming and making content and filming stuff and, you know, doing like little Cabaret shows here, there and everywhere. Here, there and everywhere. It's the only way, you know? Orange. Oh my god. I did see a t-shirt that made me think of you because it said Smut Goblin. That is absolutely what I am. That is absolutely what I am. It has to be said. Right then. Now that I have reasonably caught up with chat, could see you doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I reckon I'd do a pretty good one. I have to say. What about Reaper the Genetic Opera? Would you give it a chance? There's a big issue with Reaper the Genetic Opera, Lake Dejected. So the issue with Repo the Genetic Opera was before it became a full stage show, it was a how do I even phrase this? Before it became a full stage show, it was like a talked piece on a stage, and then instead of making it into a stage show, they made it straight into a movie. And because they made it straight into a movie, it means that the movie have the rights to the stage show, which means that no one can make a stage show of Reaper the Genetic Opera regardless how fucking good it would be, because the movie company won't give anybody the rights to do so. I know. I've asked. I have specifically asked to create a production of the Reaper the Genetic Opera. I specifically asked to see if I could get the rights to do that, to make a stage show. And they said no. Or they didn't even fucking respond initially. And then they were just like, no, this is a movie. And I was just like, that makes me really upset. I even emailed Terrence himself to see if there was a way that we could find a way to do it. And he didn't respond. And I was like, well, this is really fucking annoying. But I do love Reaper the Genetic Opera, for sure. Tamerlane coming in with a 10 stream streak. You've been streaking through the hedgerows. I see what's going on. You lurk away, you beautiful me. No issues at all. Tom Matt with us play MC in Cabaret a couple of months ago. amazing. Oh, wow. Cool, 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 cool. Anthony Head was amazing. Anthony Head's voice was phenomenal in Reaper the Genetic Opera. Absolutely phenomenal, for sure. It was a stage show of Reaper the Genetic Opera, but the bloke who ran it was Dodge anyway. That might be the reason why then, little K. If they did it without the rights, then I hope it wasn't very big. Because if it was a big show and they got away with it, I'd be surprised. Because those movie companies are vicious when it comes to what is their property and what isn't, you know. Terrence is amazing in Reaper, absolutely. Absolutely. You know. In fact, the guy who the character that Terrence plays is exactly the kind of character that I would play. Did I leave? Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, friends, give me 2 seconds. I left my dice in upstairs, but I will be 2 seconds. I'm just literally going to run upstairs and get them and then come back down again. I won't be a second. I won't be a second. I won't be a second. See, told ya. Okay, got my my little dice thing, got my thingies, and if I remember correctly, within the book itself, yeah, within the book itself are the dice for this piece. Come on, there we go. So we have those. We have those. There's an upstairs, the attic. There's an upstairs and the attic. And there's a basement, and there's a car park, and there's a pool, and a tennis court. This is a mansion. And also, there's a portal to the great nether realm, where I keep all of my sex toys, you know? It's the only way. It's the only way. It's the only way. You got robbed, tough cookies. Tough cookies. I've never heard of Reaper the Genetic Opera. Going to have to find it. Caro Reap. I can't even show it because of the. I can't even show it because of the DMCA, but it's a very, very good one. It's got a phenomenally, considering how it's not very well known, it has got an all-star cast. Like, there are some big names in there that people are surprisingly not aware of. Do you know what I mean? But it is a very, very good musical. I was understudy for Shiloh. When Shiloh left, they recast. Told him what an understudy was, and I should have taken that role. And he threatened me with a written warning for my attitude. What? That's the whole point of an understudy. Is that if there's something happens to the person who's doing the main role, the understudy steps in. What the fuck? What? Okay, alright, fair enough. Nobody at the door. Nobody at the door yet. There have been quite a few packages today. My housemate is very much a retail therapist. He likes to buy things. Is vintage. He really enjoys vintage, buying secondhand things from other people. So yeah, that's the reason why we keep getting packages all the time. Then above the little pub in town, he tried to sell me a DVD of the play, and I was told him to swivel. He tried to sell you a DVD of the play that you were in. Of course he did. That says everything. That says everything about that kind of person, little kitty. Jesus Christ. Mendiza, how you doing? How's it going? Bondage dungeon? I do have one of those. Like, literally have one of those. As much as I fancy about the fucking tennis court and the badminton rackets and the portal to the nether realm, I do actually have a BDSM dungeon. It's currently deconstructed, hidden away, but I do physically own one. Yeah, Vintage is amazing. Fucking love it there. I have not used Vintage really, but I don't really buy that much stuff. So, Valen dressed as Jareth. There's a lot of packages here today. I see you, Drews. I mean, I see you. Okay, friends. Shall we, did someone mention dungeons? Yes. I love a good dungeon, I have to say. Shall we enjoy ourselves with the wonders of Labyrinth? I have orchestrated, if I can find my notes, a variety of different things that we can do today. For people that are not aware, let's talk about it. This is the tabletop roleplay game of The Labyrinth. It is set in the world of The Labyrinth. One of the things that I absolutely love about the game is the fact that the people who wrote the game are very, very specific about having fun. In fact, they specifically say within the notes, if I can find it. Was it at the front or the back? At the very end, of course it was. I can't find it now, but it is in here somewhere. About needing to make sure that everybody has fun, and if things aren't working, then change the fucking rules. Yeah, there we go. Your goal as a group is to make the games as entertaining as possible. This applies to all of the players and you. If anybody isn't having fun, work out why that is and change it. Sometimes that will mean changing or ignoring the rules in this book. And to that we say, go for it. It may sound strange, but we mean it. If a rule isn't helping you have fun, then you should do away with it. Change it or make up a new rule entirely. We won't mind. I think that's fucking amazing, because I have definitely played far too many roleplay games in my life that are with people that constantly are sticklers for the rules. To the point where it ruins the game. Because they're like, no, but the rules say, and it's like, well, now I'm no longer immersed in the game. Now none of us are having fun anymore because you are so adamant about the exact ruling. And the best thing I find in those situations is when they are adamant about the exact ruling and then they've got the rules wrong anyway, and that makes me always laugh. But I'm like, I appreciate that some people are sticklers for the rules and that's how they have fun. Then you need to find other people that are also sticklers for the rules so that you can all have fun together. I can't play with those people because Jesus H. Christ, I get so pissed off. I'm like, I don't give a shit. If it makes the game more entertaining, I don't give a shit about the rules. It doesn't bother me. So, in that note, I have got the rule book. It is beautiful, it is glorious, and what have you. I have read the rules. I know how the game works. And the thing that I also love about this game is the fact the rules are really fucking simple. So that they're very easy to use, very easy to bend and break and do all the bits and pieces and what have you. So it should be fun. It should be fun. It's very entertaining. Now, last week, we indulged ourselves in the stone walls, which is where we came over here. And I showed you all of the wonderful, wonderful times. In fact, if I remember correctly, this is how I show you. This is where I show you the dice rolls so that you can see all the bits and pieces. And the way that we are doing it is that chat is the character. Welcome, your character, Brat-ley Chat-sworth. That's you. That is your character. At the end of the last game, you managed to get yourself... Oh, no, the crochet hooks are now broken. The crochet hooks are now broken, so I need to change that ever so slightly, because we did break those at the end of the last game. Lucky I remembered that, otherwise you people would have tried to get away with it. I know you sneaky little devils. Sneaky little devils. Let's just change that to that one. There we go. So now you can see that your needles have gone, your crochet needles. Your yarn is still there. You also have the tier 3 mirror. You also managed to get a bird feather from the stilt bird. The nipper stick, which is a long stick with a little pink creature on the end of it that snaps at people. And you have a potion of sleep, which will get somebody or yourself to sleep for one entire scene. Okay? That is the character that you are all playing, because this entire game is about you playing against me. Now, it wasn't always meant to be that way. Let me explain. Hot Tub Molly, how you doing? Welcome on in. It wasn't always meant to be that way, because originally I thought that this game was a choose your own adventure. So I was like, oh, this will be a really fun choose your own adventure. I'll be able to go through it with chat, all fun and games. And then when it came to that first episode, I was like, oh shit, I'm actually gonna have to write an entire story here. So that's what I've done. That's what I've done. At the beginning of the book, it specifically says for the characters, in this scenario, the entirety of chat, to decide what it was that the Goblin King stole from them. Now, I decided for you. I decided that the reason why you are all in the world of the Labyrinth is because the Goblin King has stolen some of your memories. You cannot remember what those memories are, but you know for a fact that it is the Goblin King that has stolen them from you. You think that they are important memories. You think that they are potentially joyous memories, but they are gone from your life. You don't know whether you asked the Goblin King to take them. You don't know whether the Goblin King has thieved them himself. All you know is they are gone, and you want them back, and the Goblin King has them, you know? The Goblin King has them. And I've already worked out exactly how that is all going to go, and it's going to be fucking great, because I'm looking forward to that bit. But we have got to get through the labyrinth first. Oh my lordy, Zelda M Designs, ladies and gentlemen, all gens outside and Gene, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. Good lord. It's Zelda M Design. How you doing, you beautiful individual? Thank you very much for bringing your beautiful people over here. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you, you beautiful being. What were you up to today, you cheeky devil? What was going on? What was happening? What was occurring? The Zelda raid? We love it. We love it. Welcome on in. Friends, if you're new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thank you for being there for me. Look at this glorious individual. You doing some Don't Starve together? Was it Don't Starve together or just Don't Starve? Just Don't Starve? Okay, how are you finding it? I like the like entire aesthetic and ambience of that game. Now, I don't follow you yet, Zelda M Designs. However, I'm going to go and click that cheeky little follow button now so I can come check you out another time. Let's have a look at what your about section says. An Aussie plus-size goth gal with a beard. Oh, I love that. Also, I'm an artist, so don't suggest your art. It is not wanted. Thank you. Love that. Love that. I mean, that should go for all artists generally, because most of us know what kind of artists we're after. Do you know what I mean? Got art friends or what have you. But the amount of people that are just like, hey, do you want some stream art? And it's like, no, we don't. No, we don't. And by doing that, it has made everything worse. Do you know what I mean? You remind me of the Babe. How's it going, Baines Gaming? How you doing, you beautiful human being? I appreciate you. Friends, go and check out my dear friend, Baines Gaming. Ooh, cheeky devil. Go and check out Baines Gaming. Baines Gaming is one of my oldest fucking friends. I've known him since we were plucky young whippersnappers in school. He plays a hell of a lot of World of Warcraft and bits and pieces, and he's a phenomenal buddy of mine. In fact, an awful lot of the technology that I use was at one stage Baines Gaming's. Some of it still is. But yeah, if you enjoy World of Warcraft stuff, Baines is a phenomenal. He's been at World of Warcraft since the early days of WoW. And does all the things. I do this all the time. I do all this all the time. But that's because you're a fucking good friend of mine, Baines. And I would like everybody to go and check you out. Do you know what I mean? Help you out a little, you cheeky devil. All right. But yes, we will be enjoying this. All those raiders, you've come in as we are indulging ourselves in the Labyrinth roleplay game today. How you doing, Rach? Hello, you cheeky devil. Welcome on in. I hope shift wasn't too bad for you today. The last time we did this, oh, that's the other thing. Let me preface this by saying to everybody, I don't normally stream on a Saturday night. Okay? I don't normally stream on a Saturday night. We are doing this as an extra stream because chat managed to smash donation goals. And as a result of smashing donation goals, it means that you get to have a reward as a way of me saying thank you to all of you for your unreasonable fucking generosity. The reward you selected...
Hand it to me, go. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Why did Julius Caesar never say thank you to anyone? He didn't speak English.
God damn it, Zabadian. God damn it. I genuinely thought that was like, you've lulled me into a false sense of security. Lulled me into a false sense of security with your historical facts. All right? I genuinely was expecting a historical fact and you fucking throw that at me. You bastard. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings. I appreciate you. God damn it. God damn it. I feel usurped. Fooled. Grease, how you doing? Skyzark, Helly, Cheeky Devils, or Loki the Khajiit. Oh my lordy, all these beautiful people going in here. I'm now going to remove the cover so that we can have the proper Labyrinth book as found in the movies. You know? So, last week, we did episode 1 of this, where Brat-ley Chat-sworth went into the Labyrinth. They made a whole load of different NPCs. They, let's pull up my little notes. They met the gatekeepers. They decided to go through the gate of, I can't remember what her name is now. What was her name? Loma. Loma's door, who was a big horned beast, kind of like Ludo, but kind of mossy looking. They found a whole load of goblins that were running around with explosives. They got blown up out of there and landed in a nest of the stiltbird, which is where they got the stiltbird's feather from. They escaped the nest of the stiltbird and found an obelisk that pointed to various different places. But one of them pointed at a wall, and investigating that wall, they found a sleep potion in the living room of one of the brick makers, that are the tiny little creatures that live in the bricks of the labyrinth walls. They also found a worm colony that celebrated their arrival because of the fact that they were friends, because Brat-ley Chat-sworth is a friend of Loma, the gatekeeper. Ooh, yeah, of course, forgot about that. They also managed to go to the lookout, found an old badger and a giant thing. They processed past all obstacles from that point onwards and found their way to a giant clock where at least 1 hour of the time that they had used was re-given to them, which means that they have 4 sections of the labyrinth left. They have done one of them, and we have 4 left, and today we are going on to the second one, the Hedge Mazes, and you still have 12 of your 13 hours left in order to get through the rest of the labyrinth to get back your memories, okay? So today we are going to start there.
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it.
13 odd socks.
13 odd socks? Why are none of them paired? Of 13 socks, you would expect some of them at the very least could be paired. What the actual fuck? Thank you very much, 100 little panderings there, Azor. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Doing okay? I'm glad to hear it. Zelda understands if you ever find a better quality Goblin King wig yet, or you're still on the hunt. So, Zelda, I actually put one on my throne wish list, and it was funded entirely. However, in the process of ordering that, I actually got contacted by a professional wig maker who makes wigs for like film and TV over in Canada, and they have offered to make me one. I still have to pay for it and stuff like that. They said that they would sort me out if that was the case.
Historical fact. Today in 1498, Christopher Columbus lands for the first time in South America near the mouth of the Orinoco River.
Very interesting. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings and the historical facts, buddy. Though I now know that they are there to lull me into a false sense of security. I know what's going on. I know what's happening here. However, what it has done, Zelda M Designs, is it has encouraged me to like properly make an actual Jareth cosplay. Like a full actual Jareth cosplay. Which my bank account is terrified of. How you doing, Nibberin? How's it going? Auntie Kim as well. Hello, you beautiful being. Labyrinth D&D says, missed the first part. Also, good evening. A good evening to you as well. Do you know what? I've just realized I can actually link you all to the first part. I mean, I would like it if you didn't watch it right now. Because we're going to be doing this today. now. But I can link you to the first part if you're interested. If you are interested in watching the first section of it, that is the link right there, the one that I've just put in chat here. So we will begin. Zabadian, thank you so much for those. I appreciate that. Can you postpone this stream for 4 hours? What, just so that everyone can catch up? No, I cannot. How dare you? You are a human being, friends. Let's go back over so I can show you Brat-ley. You are a human being called Brat-ley. There you are. That's what you look like. All right. Surprisingly, like me. It's weird. What's that all about? Strange, that, isn't it? Strange. You have your traits, which are things like singing and listening and spotting. So you're good at perception-based roles, which means you get advantage on some things, and in other things you get like better odds, as it were. You're also very good at entertaining, very good at singing and dancing and crafting and creative style stuff. However, you are blunt, which means you get a disadvantage on interaction rolls with certain creatures and stuff like that. And then, of course, you have these variety of different things. The way that we work this, by the way, friends, is I will do, for certain decisions, I will just ask in chat for options, and you can type out options if you would like to. For certain decisions, I will make a poll on Twitch so that people can do their votes and decide what they would like to happen. And for certain decisions, we will kind of just go with the flow and see what kind of happens. All right. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be wonderful. I realize that there's ads about to start momentarily. So what we'll do is we will let the ads run. I will run them right now. And then we'll let the ads run. And once the ads are finished, we will then jump into the game. All right. We'll jump into the game and I will get all atmospheric and everything like that. Does anybody have any questions before I run the adverts so that I can talk to them through? Do you know what I mean? Run the adverts now. There we go. Does anyone have any questions? No? Everyone's good? Everyone's all right? Discovered today that Ron Muick was in the Labyrinth. He is now a phenomenal sculptor. Oh, I did not know that. Did not know that. I do know that the baby from the Labyrinth is actually now working for Toby. His actual name was Toby as well. But he is now a puppeteer. He worked on the Box Trolls. He worked on the original, the Dark Crystal prequel series. We used 2 hours, I'm sure, traveling one and one for the decisions. You did indeed, Tigger. However, something to do with the badger. Yeah. You did indeed. So you went from 13 to 11. However, by helping out the clockmaker, he gave you an hour back. Froud, that was it, Caro. Froud, F. Oh, I'll type in. Brian Froud's son. So Brian Froud was the designer of all the goblins and the dwarves and the fairies and what have you in Labyrinth and in Dark Crystal. And Toby Froud was Brian Froud's son. And Toby Froud has now grown up to be a person who works on goblins and what have you. So it's very, very exciting. Very exciting. Of course he did. I forgot about that. Yeah. It's wild, isn't it? Wild. Pretty cool, though. Pretty fucking cool. It's nice that they sort of like a really nice story arc, as it were, of his life, which I just love. You know what I mean? I just love. Right, let me get my notes and stuff ready for when the adverts are done. And we're going straight into that one. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay. Oh, right, okay. Just remembering what I've done with all of this. While the last 30 seconds. And then that one. Course. I'm excited now. I'm excited. Ron Muick makes hyper-realistic models for films, etc. Oh, cool. That's very exciting. I love the way that the aesthetics of stuff like the Labyrinth and Dark Crystal and stuff like that, they're just there's a level of delightfully unnerving and otherworldliness about them that you don't really get in a lot of fantasy stuff, unless you sort of get into the realms of what's his name, Del Toro, Guillermo del Toro. Like, he also has that sort of otherworldly, but he tends to go a little bit whimsical horror. Yeah, a little bit like whimsical horror. That's a good way of putting it. And I like that. I like that about it. It feels more unnatural, more otherworldly, you know? What's your thoughts on the movie Neverending Story? Personally, I love it. Oh, I love Neverending Story. I got on very, very well with Neverending Story. I love the original, is what I'll say, Zelda. I love the original. The rest of them upset me. The rest of them they just felt like money-grabbing scenarios as opposed to anything else. But the original, I'm a big fan of. Right, friends. Here we are, in the land of the Labyrinth, ready to set sail into the Hedge Maze. Let's bring the music back as well. There we go. So, the story begins once again with Brat-ley Chat-sworth having just gained back an hour of their 13-hour time limit after helping the young dwarf with his clock mending. They step out onto the edge of a stairway, stone firm underfoot, but beneath their feet they can see a sprawling land of green. There, somewhere in the distance, lies the castle of the Goblin King. There, somewhere in that castle, are their stolen memories. But what will they do? What will they do? There's only one thing for it. They must make their way down these steps and into the second part of the labyrinth. Into the Hedge Maze. A green and luscious expanse of ivy-strewn trellises and thick green hedges stretch out in front of you. Looking back, you can see that the passageway from which you have came is now completely overgrown, obscuring the stairs that were once there. You look left and right, and once again, much like the stone walls, you see nothing but hedgerows, so thick that you cannot peer through them, so tall that you cannot peer over them, and without so much as a bend or a turn. Would you like to go left or right? 1's in chat for left, 2's in chat for right. Depending on which way you go, depending on what you encounter. 1, 3, Chags, interesting. Excessive ID, how are you doing? 2, we've got 1, 2 there. Frassoir, hello you cheeky devil. Could I get a shout out for Frassoir if I've got a mod available, please? 1's in chat for... Okay. Can I pick a third option? Monster the Mash? Definitely not. Well, I mean, you can offer a third option if you'd like. I'll happily take it. Also get a shout out for Monster the Mash as well, please. I don't know whether I've got mods available. 2's. I think the 1 is definitely there. We have got Fraswell. Thank you very much, Nirin. I appreciate it. Do you know what? I'll do Monster the Mashes then. People go check out Fraswell. Fraswell plays a large variety of different games. He is a franchise streamer who starts with the first game in a series and then progresses all the way down to the last game in a series. He has just finished, if I remember correctly, the Rayman series. What's the next one? Left is Sinister and always best. Aha, I see. Monster the Mash. Also, wonderful, wonderful human being who I've hung out with many, 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 many times. Glorious, glorious being. Does a fair amount of variety, to be fair. I've seen you play games. I've seen you do IRL streams. I've seen you do a large variety of different things. But yeah, both of these people are wonderful people and well worth your follow. So please go and check them out. Thank you very much, Nibrin, for coming out and doing that for me. I appreciate that. Honda Dino, welcome on in. Doing stuff like that too. Oh, you'll get to know Honda Dino that I dabble in absolutely fucking everything. But you all said one. What was thingies? Did you offer an option, Monster the Mash? Hey fast dude. How are we doing? Doing all right, thank you very much. No, in which case we'll go with the favorite of the community. And this makes me very happy as well. You walk down the hedgerows and suddenly it opens up into a nice little plaza. In front of you is a huge sundial. An old man with a hat shaped like a chicken sits sleeping. When you approach him, he starts awake. What? What? No, hello. Didn't see you there. The hat speaks up at this. You better ask something quick. He doesn't stay awake for long. No worries, buddy, and you take it easy. So before you see a man sat on a stone chair that is specifically sculpted to look like a set of books. He's there, his head somewhat large, a beard falling from his chin, and a big hat with a chicken on it. Long neck and a chicken's face. Some of you may recognize this character from the movie The Labyrinth. The actual stone chair is in front of a giant sundial. And at the opposite end of the sundial is a stone pot that is on like a small table. What would you like to do? Would you like to speak to this wonderful man in any way? Perchance? You want to talk to the hat? Okay. And you want to put something in the pot. Well, if we go over to our little character sheet over here. Oh, I'm going to put you over here for a minute. There we go. Then the thing is, you have, if you want to put something in the pot, I tell you what, let's put that down for a second and I can pull up a poll there. Okay. What do... Oh. Speak to man. Speak to hat. Put object in pot. I'll give you 1 minute. Allow additional votes. 69. Sure. Start poll. Go. Go for it. You can vote on what it is you would like to do, but bearing in mind that if you do put something in the pot, you may never get it back. These are the things that you have that you could put in the pot. These are the options you have. Tickle the chicken. Okay, that's my ex. Oh, I see. Yeah, very much doing. I love him. Yeah, he was a fun character. Always up for a good old chat. Always. Why not? These are your options. You get to choose. Generosity gets you things. Sometimes. In fact, while we're doing that, while you're deciding on what it is you want to do, what we are going to do is, because you are good at spotting and listening, as per your character sheet, you got listening and spotting there. I'm going to give you 2 dice. Speak to the hat, 55%. All right, cool. 2 dice. Oh, both critical failures. The owls on the dice are critical failures. The 2 dice were to give you advantage, but you got snake eyes. And snake eyes is really bad, so you don't notice jack shit. You don't notice a thing. I'm still more on the crochet hooks. We cannot bear to look at anything else. You make your way over to the man sat on this chair. He glares at you. And then you look up to the hat. You say hello.
What? But me? You want to speak to me? Oh, well, yes, about time. Somebody always talking to the wise man and never talking to me. Well, what can I help you? Well, will you be quiet? I'm sure they don't really want to talk to you. They're interested in the interesting things that I can say, as I have many things to say. No, they want to speak to me. They've come directly and they're looking into my eyes. I'm sure they want to talk to me.
You do speak out that you are interested in speaking to the hat.
But you're not interested in my very interesting things to tell you. I've lived many a year. I've survived many a time. And I have many things to share.
You politely decline. Very quickly, the hat gets very excited.
Well, it's very rare that somebody wants to come and find a hat. Speaking to a hat is a very intelligent thing to do. We're put on heads for a good reason. Tell me, what is it you would like to know?
Friends, I will pick 3 questions from chat. What would you like to know from the chicken hat? Not the first time I've seen an excited hat today. Well, there you go. The first, I'll pick 3 questions from chat in whatever order they happen to come in. Ask him, okay, what is the best booze around here? And if one could get a hearty meal. Where can someone get good food from?
Well, good food. Oh, it's been a long time.
In fact, do you know what? Look, there's a picture of him. In fact, can I do this so I can show you the picture of the man? There he is, sat on his throne of books with his chicken hat.
No, you're interested in where to get food, eh? Oh, well, I don't know, really. There is, of course, some poaching trappers around. They might have something. There is a badger that he enjoys throwing a good party, but it was a terrible time I was there last time because they put streamers all over me and pretended I was a party hat. I didn't like that. Well, I thought it would add to the festivities. It's very rare that the badger would invite me to one of his little shindigs. Well, next time maybe I should be the guest instead of you. We'll see how you like it with streamers strung all over you. Yeah, I feel I probably wouldn't like that one bit. Yes, other than that, I'm not entirely sure, you see. I am, after all, just a hat. Don't really have anywhere to go unless, well, he takes me. Yes. That's basically all I really am able to do. Well, I used to take you to many places. I would travel and adventure all over these lands when I was young. Yes, remember that? We used to go on such wonderful adventures. I don't know how to tell you this, but that was a different hat. Oh. Yes, that was a different hat. A much better hat. Didn't talk quite so much. Huh?
How's it going, Alexander Griffin? Can I get a shout for Alexander Griffin, please? Do we know that we've lost our memories? You do indeed know that you've lost your memories, little kitty. You know that your memories have been specifically stolen from you. How do we get to the Goblin King? Loki the Kashyyyk says. And where do we go here from the Goblin City? Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
Well, that's a difficult one. I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure because I have to go wherever he takes me. So,
Yes, well, I would like to tell you how to get there, but I apparently am not worth your attention when you'd rather speak to my hat.
There you go. Do you know any shortcuts? Ooh. Will the hat know any shortcuts?
No, I'm afraid. As I said, I'm just a hat. One of the downsides to being a hat is the fact that I don't really know much. I know...
Oh, would they know that? It wasn't too bad a roll. Ooh.
I know that there are a fair amount of very aggressive types in these here hedges, and but at the same time, there's a fair amount of clairvoyance and future tellers, as it were. However, I would argue that you should be very, very careful, especially around any pools. Some pools are not what they seem to be.
The voice definitely matches him, absolutely. That was your 3 questions. At that point, the old man says,
Well, if you're done interrogating my hat, I think we should make our way on. Wouldn't you say?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Is there anything else we can help you with?
You can see that the old man is starting to look very, very sleepy, you know? Use the sleeping potion on the chicken hat. You could have just spoken to the man himself if you wanted. You know? How's it going? She Halion, you beautiful being. I will eventually pronounce your name correctly, you know? Except it friggin' ended. It did. Indeed. Somebody actually tried taking the producers of The Neverending Story to court because of the fact that it was called The Neverending Story and it ended. That actually happened. Aggressive future tellers in a pool. Yeah, basically, yeah. That's absolutely things. Hats often have embellishments. Can we offer the chicken our splendid feather in exchange for a secret? Ooh. Do you know what?
Well, I mean, I would very much like a feather. That sounds like a wonderful thing. What do you say? Wise man?
Yes, I suppose that I could do that, in exchange for some of my advice, say a secret of some kind. Yes, I'm sure we can do that. And that is a rather nice feather.
Okay, I've got an idea. I could, Yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll do it that way. Do you want to trade for a secret? New poll. There we go. Trade. Yes? No? One minute, go. I should have just done 1 or 2 in chat, but that's fine. You want to trade the feather for a secret, which will then mean that you lose the feather from your inventory, but it will give you a space to be able to get something new in the inventory if you're interested, you know? If you're interested. Are we sure that they have useful information? No, you are not sure whether they have useful information. Given the fact that you rolled a snake eyes for your observation skills at the very, very beginning, you have absolutely no idea whether the information you are about to get is really gonna be really useful or really shit. One of the two. In fact, you know what? All right, okay. You got no idea. But of course, the choice is always yours. Bracing for info plus hazard currently. Yes. 83% of you said yes, absolutely. Oh, well. He takes his hat off, and you realize that where the hat had like coned up, that's because his entire head actually cones up and like has like a big cone at the top that he places it on. And he takes it off and he pass me the feather. Oh, thank you. Will you hold still? I'm trying to. Ah! No, well, if you held still, it wouldn't be quite as painful as that.
You're just sticking me because you don't like me.
I do like you.
You don't like me.
I do like you.
Ah! Oh, but it does look nice, I suppose.
Yes. There we go. He then returns to his chair with his fancy new feathered hat, as it were. And he says, well, I suppose now you'll be expecting some good advice. Yes, okay. He says, once when I was having lunch with some princess or other, I put a spoon behind my ear rather than by my plate, and she fainted from shock. Those were the days, yes. Yeah. No, you're still here. No, well, I suppose that you are looking for something a bit more useful, eh? Very well. And he gets up, and he, excuse me, he goes over to a place like in between where the sundials are. Okay. So there's like the sundial in the middle, chair at one side, and the pot at the other. And he walks over, and there's like a normal hedge there. And then he pushes on the hedge, and the entirety of the hedge pushes back. And he says, well, if you go this way, it will probably help you. Yes, that would probably be for the best. Do you choose to go? I tell you what, one's in chat to go through the new exit. Two's in chat to go. In fact, you know what? I can actually do this slightly differently because there's multiple options here based on the map that I have. Where go? Through new exit. Left top, left bottom, no, right bottom, excuse me. I mean, yeah, we could do it that way as well. Right, yeah, okay. Right. In fact, no, because they got snake eyes, so they wouldn't know any about that. That's cool. That's fine. There we go. That's fine. Those are your options, friends. Do you want to go through the new exit? Do you want to go left? What was it? Left top? Yeah, left top, right bottom, right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Making sure I get it all right. I haven't GM'd a game
in 20 years. One True Cripple coming in with 110 stream streak. Good lord. Good lord, you beautiful bean. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. For streaking all over the place. Trousers are overrated. How dare you? How dare you? We spent our feather. Might as well use it. That makes sense. That makes sense. They do all lead to different places. So this is going to be interesting to see what you all decide. For sure. Top. Yeah, technically speaking, the new exit is the top. Or top of the map, as it were. Can we offer to sing him to sleep? One more to get one more question out of the hat? Give the hat some peace? No, alas not. Alas not. Because 79% of you have said you want to go through the new exit. Okay. You step through the new exit. And you realize that it comes out in like a little square that's surrounded by hedges. And where the hedges come out, then you step around it. And then it moves back into place. And it's as if the doorway was never there. Can we steal the hat? You can try if you want. I'm not going to turn around and say you can't. When he falls asleep. I mean, not now, because he's up. He's already showed you the exit. So let's go with no for ease of progress, shall we? But you step around and you realize that you're in like a nice square section that has a it has an exit at the far end, and off to the side of those exits it has two like sideways coming in. So you've got two exits coming in the side and then an exit going straight in front of you like that, you know. As you walk down, let's do a roll to see how you get on. You will, of course, get advantage with this one because you are good at spotting and listening. Let's see if you pick up... Oh, hello. It is struggling with that. A 3? A 3 does do it. A 3 does do it. You got advantage. Oh, good lord. Okay. Let's... deactivate the camera. Reactivate the camera. Okay, there we go. Fucking hell. That was a 3 and a critical failure, but because you rolled with advantage, as it were, you rolled with the benefit of your expertise, it means you did get a 3. You hear some clip-clopping, but not quite. It feels more like claws and soft pads hitting against... like the gravel and the stones of the floor of this hedged area. But with a 3, you can't quite tell where they're coming from. You can't quite tell where they're coming from. As you make your way forward, you make your way up to have a look down each side of the sections. So you can see straight down, and where you're looking directly in front of you, into the path directly in front of you, there seems to be a large variety of different exits that move around and around in different directions. Let me get the... If I can show you. Can I show you? So you can see that directly in front of you, it moves out, and then there's like an exit here, there, and then it looks like there's a weird little cube in one area, and there's lots of different directions, as it were. It basically then goes into a full sort of proper hedge maze, where there's lots of different directions. And as you are walking forward to then look down the left and the right, you see goblins that are in red armor with coned helms, and they are riding lizards that stand on their hind legs and have got tiny little things, and they've got weird, very dumb, silly faces, and they're holding the lizards by the hair, and they have big lances. Okay, but they're both coming down from both sides of it. Okay. Now, this is going to be complicated because it's much easier in person, but I have worked out how we're going to do it. Okay. So, your only exit, as you get there, they look at you and then they spread out around the side of you, like down each side. And they lower their lances and they all go, oh, they've already spotted you, Loki. They've already spotted you. They see you as they're coming down. They're sort of like doing their patrols and they're like, yeah. Your only exit is directly in front of you. Okay. Now, the way this is going to work is we're going to have to do a series. We're going to have to do it using the map that I've got, but that people can't see because it's just going to be too complicated. There we go. Let's pull it up. Okay, so I need to roll the dice to determine where you start in this hedge maze. Right, okay. So, your options are you walk forward and immediately you hit a left or a right. Left, right, or straight forward. And you can't visualize it. It kind of looks... Well, the problem is it feels like it keeps changing, but I can give you that it kind of looks starting to look like that. So the more that you go into it as you're running through to try and get in different directions, the more it starts to look like lots of different locations and what have you. Okay. Now, you did see that there were 6 guards on their little horses chasing after you. Okay. So, the question is, oh yeah, Loki, absolutely. You go straight ahead. Cool. The next one that you come to, because it keeps changing, you have a choice of going straight ahead or to the right. So as you're running, you go, right, okay, I'll go straight ahead. And then you've got a choice of straight ahead or to the right. Just keep going straight until you get to a left. Okay, no, right, 2 rights. Right. Cool. Right, let me roll for the horse dudes. In fact, you know what? I literally have other dice for this. None of them catch up with you. Okay, cool. But you can see them. So basically, as you look behind you to see what's happened, you can see that they're all desperately trying to get through the same gap that you initially ran through. Okay, so they've crashed into each other and they're definitely like pushing their way through because they haven't found out they obviously don't have like a clear-cut leader. So they're all trying to chase you at the same time, and as a result, getting stuck in the hedges. So just giving you a bit of a head start, which is fantastic. Okay, so you now have a choice of. In fact, the only choice you have is left. So you run ahead, and then you go left because that is the only option that you have. Roll quickly for what your options are. Right, now you have a left or a right. And you notice that they are starting to come after you now. One of them has gone off one of the previous exits that you left, but the other 5 are following you up, okay? Right, left, cool. So you go right. Okay. You have a left turn immediately, and then directly in front of the left turn, you have a straight on or a right turn. Straight on, always right, straight, okay. Oh. So as you go straight on, a few more of the others tear off down different edges, down different sections, and there's 2 that are now directly behind you. Okay? The bitey bum stick. You have got the bitey bum stick if you would like to try and defend yourself. However, there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them. You can only see 2 now, but you do know that they know these hedge mazes much better than you do. Straight on. You did say straight on, yes. Straight on. Okay, you then, the only option you have is straight on from there. Okay. So next you come out into like a little square area where there's a little bit more room. Okay. There is now an exit forward and to your left, directly to the right, or diagonally to the front. So you've got 3 exits. However, just as you do that, you go over and you can see one of the knights charging behind you, lowered, going, charge! And just as he does that, he then gets taken out by one of his colleagues that comes out of a side exit and just crashes into him through and pushes him into the hedge. So they sort of bundle together, okay? Run forward, diagonal, which is forward, left, forward, diagonal. Okay, you're all going for the diagonal. Not a problem, not a problem. Ooh, the chase scene. We're actually managing to make this work. Okay, you go forward through there, and then you take an immediate right. That one's now taken out. All right, okay, so as you were running across the diagonal court, you see from the 2 exits that you didn't take that there are 2 guards coming from either side, and then one of them is coming up from the rear, which has taken over. You're not entirely sure what happened to the other one, but I do. I know what happened to the other one. So you go up and you take a right. Was it a right? Yeah, right. Ooh. Okay, you then have a left or a right to option. So you run up and then you immediately hit a T-junction. Left, 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 right, right, left, left. Okay, left, you take the left. Okay, you take the left turns into a right, and you find it's a dead end. But once again, in their eagerness to try and get by you, to try and catch you, they have wedged themselves in. However, one of them is wiggling free. So now you know that you have to go back past them. However, it is going to be a roll to see whether you can make it or not. Oh, this is far more exciting than I was expecting. This is far more exciting than I was expecting. Okay. Right. Okay, let me just put those dice over there. Oh, lordy. Retreat! So, you don't have... If we look at your character sheet, you don't have any fighting or things like listening and spotting and singing and dancing, so that doesn't help you. You have lost the feather of the stilt bird, but I can deal with that. So you have a question. You have a choice, friends. Your choice is that you can use your nipper stick in order to help you get by and roll at advantage. In fact, do you know what? No, I will make that a lower difficulty instead of rolling at advantage. So it should be a little bit easier. Yeah, I'll make it a lower difficulty. That'll be better. But you may lose the nipper stick. You may lose the nipper stick. So the question is, do you want to try and get by with or without the nipper stick? Okay. Use the stick. The stick, to remind everybody, is like a truncheon, but at the end of the truncheon, there's a little pink, like weird newt thing that has got massive teeth on it. Nibirin, I love your hat. Use the stick. Don't use the stick. Go for it. Go for it. The choice is yours, friends. Do not use the stick. Try it without. Okay. Use the stick. The vote is there, Mary Jade. Also, how are you doing, Mary Jade? How's it going? Can we risk the nipper stick? Doesn't leave us with much. It doesn't leave you with much, it's true. That is a really good point as well, to be fair. I need to get rid of the bird thing while you're all deciding on that. Very long bird feather is gone. Zombie wannabes, how you doing? Stickler's dance. Like I am going left, right? So you've hit a thing. You don't use the stick. 70% of you said don't use the stick. Not a problem. One true cripple, you cheeky little devil. You cheeky little devil, you. Thank you very much for redeeming Show Dono with speech. For those people that don't know, the reason why we are streaming today is because I don't normally stream on a Saturday by any stretch of imagination. This is an extra stream that we are doing because of the fact that the community smashed a donation goal before. So this is a reward for me to say thank you for that. This is our current donation goal. My entire intention is that by the end of 2026, I will be completely debt-free. I will not have any debts hanging over me because this debt has been hanging over me for 10 fucking years. Over 10 years now. And I've been trying to get rid of it, and I'm very, very grateful to all the people that are helping me do that. So the way that it works is we do it in £200 increments, and every single time that we hit £200, I do a special stream for the community, and the community get to vote on what it is that we do. Sometimes we do a merch giveaway, sometimes we do a movie night in the Discord, sometimes we do other bits and pieces. Today we are doing the Labyrinth roleplay game. Yesterday we did an audiobook stream where I read The Call of Cthulhu. It is entirely up to all of you. I give you a whole load of options and you get to decide what we do. Okay, I've done everything from dressing as a French maid and playing crime scene cleanup to fucking just loads of stuff. I can't remember now. There's so many things. But yeah, the whole reason why we're streaming today is because of this. There is never any obligation or expectation that people will donate. Please look after yourselves first. Please make sure that you have got enough money for all of your bills, got enough money for all your food, got enough money to look after loved ones, and got enough money to do something special for yourself before you even consider spending any money on me or any other streamer. You've got to look after yourselves first, okay? Okay, but thank you very much, One True Gribble, for redeeming that. That is the whole dynamic. That is the way that we do it. And I'm very, very grateful. Genuinely very, very grateful. I will say that this donation goal here, you have already selected what you want for the reward for this, and it is another one of these streams.
A Bulls Gaming is being far too kind.
A Bulls Gaming, can we get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to a Bulls Gaming. That's really fucking kind of you, friend. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all. You beautiful, beautiful being. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Cheeky devil. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you, beautiful being. But yeah, so this is chapter 2 of 5 chapters. And the question will then be whether you want chapter 3 and when, more specifically, when we hit this, whether it be in the next week or the next couple of months or the next 6 months, however long it takes, we will get another Labyrinth game going. Okay, check out a book called Mark of the Werewolf by A.B. Wallace. I already have that on my list. I think I do enjoy the gothic classics, as it were. Kids met you, cheeky devil. How you doing? Mr. Maid Cleanup, Crime Scene 1. What I've been doing in my life. It should be on the VODs channel, I would imagine. One of my darling moderators, could you find it on the VODs channel, please? I would very much appreciate that. I would appreciate that, you beautiful beans. And just stick it in the chat for those people that were interested. I would appreciate that. Now, you voted to not use the nippy stick, which means that that we only get one die, and it is a more difficult scenario.
Oh, you're donating.
It's
Caro
a 2.
is being far too kind.
Caro, you beautiful
Confound
being.
them.
Can we get some... God damn it, you people, you're so fucking kind. Friends. I don't even stream on a fucking Saturday. Thank you so much, you beautiful being. I really, really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Get some egos in chat saying massive thank you to Caro. Beautiful being, thank you. God damn it. So fucking kind. You rolled a 2, friends. That was your roll. You rolled a 2. That is not enough to get by these little goblins. What they do is, as they are pushing through, the first one tries to whack you on the head with their lance. That's the word I'm looking for. And you skip out the way. But just as you think you're getting further forward, another one sticks its lance out across the path.
One
And it
terrible
takes you
is
out.
being far too kind. Confound them.
Who was that? Who did that? I missed the name. What's that? Did it say one true? One true cripple. Because I can now, so there, get love, nerd. Thank you so much. God damn it, we're 23% of the way there already. Friends, you are far too fucking kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're very, very kind. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. God damn it. Poor Brat-ley. Yeah, so it takes the wind out of you, because as you're running to try and get by, they stick the lance out, and it sort of hits you just in your midriff, and it takes the wind out of you. The one that initially tried to hit you on the head then comes behind you, and the other one comes in front of you. And one of the goblins gets off its steed and comes over and goes, "Oh, I'm gonna whatever, give me hands. So, and basically get some rope to tie up your hands. This is not going the way I thought it was gonna go, but I am here for it. Absolutely. What do you want to do? I suppose let's have a look. Let's do a new poll. So, what do offer hands? Certainly give over to the goblins. There are options. Don't worry in how that will play out. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, there are options as to how that can play out. We say, ooh, kinky. All right, okay. The goblins don't understand. They're like, what? Yeah, what? What do you mean? This could be good. They could take us to the Goblin King, potentially. Scream, please don't take me to the Goblin King. Anything but that. Demand a lawyer. Other hands, I suppose you could try and escape. I suppose those are really your only options. Regardless of what you scream, those are really your only options. Either you offer your hands or you try and escape. So the choice is yours. What I should have done is I should have done try and escape with the nippy stick or try and escape without the nippy stick. Okay. All right. The option, the choice is in your hands. I'm just gonna quickly skip ahead and find out exactly the way this is gonna work. Okay. Yeah, fair. Kick him in the nuts and leg it. Yeah, Womble. Kick him in the nuts and fucking peg it. Well, the ones that are directly in front of you and behind you, and actually as you are like on the floor, you can see that the others are like coming up behind the one on his feet. Those two are on mounts. They have got like thingies. You're going to offer your hands. 57% of you said offer hands. Okay. Okay. So you do.
Give me your hands. Give me your hands. Yeah, come on. Give me your hand. Give me your hand.
And so you're like, okay.
Tigger_Fellini is being far too kind.
Tigger.
Confound them.
Can we get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Tigger. Tigger, that's really fucking kind. All of you, you are far too fucking kind to me today. All right? This is meant to be my reward for you. This is not meant to be the other way around. This is me rewarding you and saying thank you for all of your generosity already. That's so kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. God. Ah. So you put your hands forward and they tie them up. Tie your hands and what have you. They then get back on their mounts, and two of them are in front holding the rope. Two of them are behind. Four of them are behind, and any time that there is like an opening or what have you, two of them immediately come to either side of you, so that you are always in the middle of them at all times. Okay? You walk past some strange, like what looks like a bit of a castle ruin as you're walking down. There's also like a trellis, but a trellis that goes up like a giant glass greenhouse. As you're walking, you see these things as the things open and what have you. You are then walking like through various different things. There's the point where it opens out and you see 3 pools in like directly in front of you. Like there was 3 pools, but they take very, very clear notice to be very far away from the pools. As far like as you're walking through, the plaza opens up. There's 3 like rectangular ponds effectively in front of you, and they stick to the edge of the actual labyrinth itself. As they go round, they then take you down through a tunnel, but then back up out of the tunnel. And down there you can hear like lots of conversations down lots of different side routes. It looks, the initial tunnel as you look into it looks like a giant sort of hobbit hole.
Far too kind.
Vet, thank you
them.
so much. That's so fucking kind of you. I'm very grateful. I'm taking this as a big sign that you are very much enjoying this sort of like chat versus me roleplay game that we're going on here. You're an amazing DM and an awesome Jareth. Thank you so much for making it. I really appreciate that. All of you. You're very, very kind. It's very, very kind. So yeah, you go and it looks like a hobbit hole, but a hobbit hole that's sort of like made out of stone. And as you go down, it then goes from stone into like a mud hole, like a giant mole has made it. And then you walk out the other side and go through some like moss and stuff like that. Now, unfortunately, as you are walking around, you look over and you see above the hedges, there's a part where there's like the hedges part out, and you can see up towards the clock tower where you helped fix the clock. And you realize that you have been walking for another hour. Or everything that has happened in the Hedge Maze so far has taken you another hour, which seems ridiculously short, but it does mean that you have lost another hour from your initial 13 hours. So you are down to 11 hours now. As you then go through like parting of the moss, you turn a corner, and in front of you is a giant bird cage. And the bird cage is on the edge of the like where the stone walls is. They very hastily comb over and push you into the bird cage and then shut the door and lock it behind you. And there are birds around. There are like, it looks like a giant sort of ornate, you know, the way that the old Victorian birdhouses used to be. It's like a giant ornate birdhouse that's directly in the middle of a plaza. The only difference is that there's hedges on 3 sides and then stone wall behind you. So you're right by where you first started, effectively. Time flies when we're messing around. Absolutely. Excuse me, goblins. I'm not a burb. That doesn't seem to matter. That doesn't seem to matter one iota. I will give you some options now. Because this will be easier than me trying to ask you what you want to do. Options. Okay, let me explain what the birdhouse is like first. In fact, you know what? Let me roll first to see. Oh, absolutely amazing. You smashed it. So you notice that the entire floor of the birdcage is all like a mix of pebbles and straw and sawdust. Like lots of like big mounds of pebbles and straw and sawdust that are just all over the place and what have you. There is one corner of it that's like all really, really shiny pebbles. And as you go up, you realize that there's, or from the edge of the birdcage, there are sections that look like they were like, you know, the pot plants that you get on the end of like sill pots, where you put them on your windowsill and they sort of like grow over and whatever you hang down. There are some hanging pots and stuff, but there's loads of sort of like trapezes. And on some of the trapezes, there are some really interesting looking birds, like different colors, things that look like the kind of birds you would expect, but slightly different, slightly things that are just slightly off, you know? The aviary, exactly. Exactly. We've been adopted. We smash it, didn't even try. I mean, you could smash the lock, try, and do you know what? I'll just put smash lock. Smash, lock, search, aviary. I suppose you could call out, see if anyone's out there. Climb up the cage. I think that'll do. Do the birds talk? Good question. I mean, you. There we go. Talk to birds. Start, Paul. Go for it. There it is. This one I didn't even schedule for, so this one's me going off the deep end a little bit. But it's all good. It's all good. How's it going, Biohazard? How are you doing? Can we recruit the birds? Certainly try. Got distracted looking at the shiny rocks, and completely understandable. Completely understandable. Absolutely. Collect the shiny rocks. I mean, the shiny rocks do look like they're already sort of collected, as it were. Or are you talking about like trying to put some of them in your pockets? It's definitely a possibility. How you doing? Doing all right, thank you, Biohazard. Okay, 50% of you, 52%. Excuse me, 52% of you said talk to the birds. 35% said search the aviary. Okay. The first bird. The first bird that you see is sat just a little higher than your head height, and it's sat on a golden swing. The actual straps of the swing go right the way up to the very top of the cage, and it looks like it could be very much in the center of the cage, but it's just above head height, and it is like a golden trapeze with like really ornate fixtures that attach to the ropes that go all the way up. Sat upon it is a gray dove that is unreasonably large. In fact, initially you think it might just be a feathery ball, but then you realize that there's actually a head, like a little beak and a head in amongst all of the feathers. It is just very, very it is yeah, okay, yeah, it's there, and it's sat there, and you go over and you look at them and you say, excuse me. In fact, you know what? I can give you the description that they say in the book. A huge aviary stands open in the courtyard, shaped like an enormous bird cage made of tarnished copper. Its door stands wide open, and hundreds of birds of every shape and color are singing, squawking, and swooping about the entire area. Do you know what? I'm going to quickly roll something to see if you notice something. Just outside the cage, you notice that there is a massive net. Like off onto one side, like propped up against the exit, as it were. There is a net and a shovel. And they both look very well used. As if there is often an issue with the birds escaping. Now, I'm not going to go too far forward just yet. Copper is soft, isn't it? It doesn't feel soft. It's more like it's got like a copper coating. It's very firm. It's like raw iron that's been painted in sort of copper coating, effectively. That's what it feels like to you anyway. Floofy dove, very much a floofy dove for sure. Now I'm just going to give it a second because the ads are in progress and I do not want to be, I don't want to continue on with the game while the ads are running because it means that the people that are not able to, or the people that are not subscribed are going to miss out on it. Do you know what I mean? Can we call them down by cooing them like Vic and Bob? You can, or you can certainly try for sure. For sure. Once the ads are over, we will continue for sure. Let me also do this. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Cool. All good. Just checking some notes. Checking some notes. Some changes have been made to the way this was. I was expecting this to go, but this is one of the things that I genuinely love about roleplay. One of the things that I love about roleplay, and especially I don't run many games. I play in a fair few games, but I don't run many games. But having played this, I'm genuinely tempted to run a game, like run a Labyrinth roleplay show with other streamers, which I think would be quite fun. Like sit down and like properly hash out a good storyline and stuff, you know? But with, instead of it being like chat versus me, actually have like other people that are playing different characters effectively. I think that would be quite fun. Get my revenge on Peachy, that would be a lot of fun. I would enjoy that. I would enjoy that a lot. So they're saying that I might get Peachy to, like, I might commission Peachy to write the music, as it were. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I have to say. Tonka, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for coming in with the Prime. You could choose to use that anywhere, and you choose to use it here. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, you cheeky devil. I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror of vein, if I can remember where I put the gold pen. Tonka141. Your name is now inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Could chat still be involved? Depending how I manage to make it work. It's at the moment, Caro, it's just like a thought in my brain of like trying to get something sorted. I've already reached out to a couple of streamer friends of mine and seen if they would be interested of like doing something. I feel like it would be quite fun to do something with chat, like have them influence maybe some of the random encounters that can happen, because the book is full of random encounters as well, where chat can choose what happens to the players or something like that. That could be quite fun. So you effectively become on the Goblin King side as opposed to fighting against the Goblin King like this, you know? It's my first encounter with this type of role-playing game. It's a very different style of role-playing game, I will say, but the rules make it really, really simple to play. Cat-influenced RNG would be a lot of fun. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel like that would be quite entertaining. But I would need to work out how I could make that work whilst flowing seamlessly, if that was the case. Do you know what I mean? I want to make sure that it wouldn't like upset the flow of the game, as it were, because I'm all about immersion, and I know that the people I've reached out to already are also all about immersion, you know? Okay, the ads are over. So, with that, you go over and see this portly pigeon, or should I say dove, sat on this golden trapeze that is hanging from the great bough above. You say, "Hello, do you talk?" The pigeon looks at you. Pigeons and doves are the same fucking thing. The pigeon looks at you. And why would I talk to you? What do you want to say to the pigeon, friends? What do you want to say to the pigeon? Or the grey dove, should I say? As you are thinking about what to ask the pigeon, quite startled that the pigeon talks. Despite all you have seen, it's quite surprising to see something that looks so similar to your own world. Something from your own world talking in this world. It sort of very slowly wobbles its way over to the far side of the trapeze to get as far away from you as possible without actually flying. Because it doesn't look like you have much intelligent company around here.
Well, that is quite true. Many of these birds are tiresome.
Can I have some of these shiny rocks?
If you really want some of the shiny rocks, though they are not mine. No. They belong to,
And you can see him sort of straining his head. In fact, his head comes out from the fluff of the roundness of the bird's feathery nature and is looking across. And he sees... Is it that one? He sees a bright red sort of bird that has tail feathers that are 2 feet long. They're just really, really long. Looks very familiar, actually. Looks a little bit like the very, very slightly like the hat that was sat on the wise man's head.
That red one over there.
What is this place?
This place is the place of our residence. It is the place that we are kept, the place that we are fed.
Thought that was a chicken. It was a chicken. This one looks like the face of it looks quite chicken-esque. It looks like a different bird, but I suppose the best way I could describe it is the bird that with the big long red tail feathers looks like the hat was made out of that bird, if that makes sense. Somebody took one of the big red birds and made a hat out of it to make the other thingy, effectively.
Able to leave the residence?
Oh, that you ask, are we able to leave the residence?
Why would we want to do that? Do you have any food, perchance?
And weirdly, considering the bird has a beak, it weirdly seems to lick its lips. It's a very strange scenario. It's like, very unusual to watch a pigeon lick its non-lips, you know? You want to lick its beak? It's a terrible vision. I know, right? I know.
Do you have any food, perchance?
That's a good question. Do you have any food? I can't remember what the character sheet is for. Oh yeah, you've got to get rid of the thingy there as well. Where are you, Brat-ley? There we go. Get rid of your thingy. Do we have any food? Yeah, I was about to say, can't remember. So you got yarn, a tier 2 mirror, a nipper stick, and a potion of sleep. No food. No, there's an entire banquet in the Goblin King's castle. Oh, I have heard that, yes. I have heard that was the case. I'd be very tempted to go there if I wasn't likely to be part of that banquet. Is the nipper stick food? As you're checking for food, you pat yourselves down and then you pull out the nipper stick, and the pigeon sort of looks at it and goes, no, that's more likely to eat me. We have yarn and no hooks torture. I know, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. Okay, do you want to ask the dove any more questions? You got a melted Kit Kat in your pocket? That would probably do it, honestly. If you would have got that, if Brat-ley, the chat's character, would do it. A nipper stick in a pocket. It's more like tucked into your belt, as it were. It's more tucked into your belt. You also realize that the nipper stick is like slightly tied on to the end, or the nipper is slightly tied onto the end of the stick. He also looks quite blind. Like the species itself is like cave dweller or something that doesn't actually use sight to help out. Do you know what I mean? Tell the pigeon about the great feast outside, which the goblins sequestered from us. There was an awesome food outside if we can just get outside. That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Why didn't you tell me this before they shut the door? I don't know of any other way out here. Okay. Let's do another poll. What do? Search the area. Call out for help. Climb upwards. Speak to different bird. Go for it. The worst thing is, I genuinely, if you still had your crochet hooks, I would have let you try to pick the lock. But yarn, tier 3 mirror, nipper stick, potion of sleep, none of those would really do to try and pick the lock. The only one that would have worked is the other ones, you know, is the crochet hooks. But never mind, eh? We do what we can. We do what we have, or we, more to the point, work with what we do, you know? Or take a shiny rock, pocket a shiny rock. If you, I should have added that to the vote, but if it turns out that you all vote for search the area, then I will allow you to pocket a shiny rock. And that is what you do. Okay. Let me quickly roll. Okay. Sure. You search the area and you do indeed pocket well, let's see what you do before you pocket a shiny rock. And of course I have lost the page. There it is. Is there... Oh look, there's the picture of the knights. In fact, you know what? Let me pop over here so you can see properly. You see? There's the picture of the wise man with his hat. There's the picture of the knights that were chasing after you with their lances. Those are actually from the film as well. There's the picture of the worm. Ooh, at the top there. Who knows what else you will find in this little area, or in this playthrough, as it were. Bear with. I thought it had a there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, interestingly, fucking hell. As you are rooting around in the stuff, you're rooting around in there's like piles of hay and bits and pieces. You find a potted cactus and some black shoe polish. And a tiny newspaper that as you have got advantages in spotting and listening, it reads Worm News at the top. You can't read what the article is because it's a tiny, tiny, tiny little newspaper, but it just says the Worm News, and that's all you can read off it. Okay? It's a tiny little newspaper. Now, if you can't take everything, because in your inventory you can only carry 6 things. So the question is, would you like to, and if you're wanting to pick up a shiny rock, then of those things, the only thing, oh, hello, we're getting issues with my, other camera, it seems. It must be a dodgy camera. I need to get a new one. Anyway, you can only pick up one of those things. Do you want to pick up the black boot polish, the potted cactus, or the tiny newspaper? Those are your options. I should probably do a poll, shouldn't I? New poll. Pick up cactus, boot polish, tiny newspaper. Start the poll. Those are your options. However, while you are deciding on what it was that you did pick up and pocket of those 3 things, you do go over to the pile of shiny stones. Then, looking out across the thingy, making sure that you are not being perceived, you put your hand down, pick up one of the shiny stones. Let's do a roll. Okay. The one that you pick up, kind of looks like, you know, the dark crystal, the crystal shard from the dark crystal, looks like that, but instead of it being a purpley color, it's kind of a greeny color with flecks of gold all the way through it. Like, it's got like streaks of gold all the way through it. However, as you pick it up, you hear the birds go absolutely wild. They're like, rah, rah, rah. Oh my god, boot polish or tiny newspaper? All right, I will roll a dice. If it's odds, it will be the boot polish. If it's evens, it will be the tiny newspaper. All right, let's get rid of this. It is odds. It is a 5, which means it is the boot polish that you pick up. I can't believe you actually made me have to roll to see what it was. Boot polish. Black in color. And then shiny stone. I'll put dark crystal but green. Dark crystal. Yep, but green. And gold. Okay. Keeping up to that. Yeah, as you do that, the entire like aviary goes wild. All of the birds start swooping and swarming around. The red birds in particular. It's not just one. One of them sort of swoops down and sort of like sits there and just glares at you. And the others all go wild. And as the others are all going wild, let me just quickly change Brat-ley Chat-sworth's thing. There we go. Cool. So now that it's updated with the new stuff, fantastic. As they are all going wild, out from one of the hedgerows, like just one of the little pathways into it, comes a little dwarf. And when I say dwarf, I mean like Hoggle from the movie. And as he comes out, so the little dwarf has a long chin beard. It's a very, very long chin beard, and is wearing like a little umbrella style hat. So he's got like it strapped around him, and you know, like the multicolored ones that you get at the beach that are like gimmicky ones, but he's wearing that, but it's completely covered in bird shit. Like the entire of the hat is covered in bird shit, and he's wearing sort of like brown overalls, and he comes out and goes, "Wow, what is all this? Oh my, what's all this fuss?" And he goes over and he picks up both the net and the shovel. And he comes over and he starts banging on the thing. He's, "Quiet! Quiet now! Why are you being so loud? Why? Come on! Bah!" And the whole thing is then the red bird swoops down to the nearest one and says, "Stealing! Thief! Stealing! I'm not a thief! What are you talking about? Quiet now! Quiet! Not you! Thief! Thief!" And eventually he comes over and he goes, "Oh, for goodness sake." And he walks over. And he has no idea. He has no idea that you are there in that moment. No, definitely not. He has no idea that you are there in that moment. And he opens the gate and he pulls it open. He goes, "What are you talking about?" Now, what do you want to do? Do you want to... Choice. Make a break for the door. Speak to the dwarf. Try and negotiate with the birds, or just negotiate with birds. Or do you know what? I'll do one other one. Lock dwarf in cage. Those are your options. And grab more stones. You cannot fit any more stones in your pockets. The only ones you've got, they like literally, because of the way the game works, it's like you can only carry 6 things maximum. It's the way, I suppose, it stops it from getting out of control, you know? Lock the cage after we run out. There is a... there is the possibility to lock him in the cage, if you would like to. He opened the gate with a big key, and he's left the key in the gate itself. clearly made with girly pockets, not blokey pockets. Yeah, nobody is wearing camo pants or cargo pants in this game, all right? It's the Labyrinth. You're all dressed like Sarah, okay? Whether you like it or not, you're all dressed like Sarah. You go into the Labyrinth suddenly dressed like Sarah. Okay, make a break for the door. 41% of you said so. 29% said speak to the dwarf. Lock the dwarf in the cage. Negotiate with the birds. All right, cool. In which case, let us have a look to see whether you do it or not. You don't get any advantage because you don't have any benefits in running or anything like that. Critical failure. That is a 1. The owl. You run over and slip on some bird shit and smash your face on the ground. Not only that, how's it going, Finley? How you doing? Not only that, but because it's a critical failure, I'm gonna say that you break something of your. I'm gonna say you break something. The boot polish, the yarn. Well, break or lose. Boot polish, yarn, tier 3 mirror, shiny stone, nipper stick, or the potion of sleep. Let's find out. Whatever the number is, it is 2, which means that the thing that you lose is the ball of yarn. As you like fall and trip over and like smash your face into the ground. Fortunately, the only bit of you that's covered in bird poo is the sole of your foot. You fall, and then out of your pocket that you were keeping your yarn, what remains of the ball of yarn rolls away, and is very swiftly picked up by one of the other birds. Swoops down, something that looks like a parrot but weirdly golden color. Swoops down, picks up the yarn, and then fucks off right up to the top of the top. Ooh, no, that's wrong. The top of the cage, as it were.
Oh, what are you doing in here? I didn't say anybody could be in here. Why are you here?
So now you are talking to the dwarf. He's like this, with a net in one hand and his shovel in the other. And the birds are all continuous while,
thief, what are you, thief? Well, quiet, I'm trying to, what are you doing here? Who put you in my aviary?
Nook can make some people disappear. This is true. Do you want to thingy? Grab the cactus and throw it at the dwarf. All right. Grab the cactus and throw it at the dwarf. I will absolutely allow you to do that. While saying some smelly goblins put me in here. Sure. Let's roll it, see what happens. It's a 3. It's enough. It's absolutely enough. Do you want to then make a break for it again? Sure. I tell you what, we'll do it. Well, it's a 3, so you pick up the cactus and throw it at the dwarf's face. And it sticks into he's got like quite a bulbous nose, and he sticks into his nose. And, ah! Make a break for it again. It's a 2. I will say that because of the shit on your shoe, you sliding and try and get over, but you do get over to the gate. I will say that you get to the gate as the dwarf, like, sort of, he's got a big cactus stuck to his face now. As he sort of like composes himself, pulls what's left there, he's still got spines sticking out of his face, and turns to you and starts going, ah! And charges at you with a spade and a net. Okay, question time. Do you want to... One's in chat if you want to lock him in the cage. 2's in chat if you just want to run away. 1's in chat if you want to lock him in the cage. 2's in chat if you want to think he's... Okay. Okay. Do you know what? Fuck it. Never mind. Nibirin has given us an alternate options. Lock him in cage. Run away. Attack with Nipper. As in attack with the nipper stick. Those are your options. You give me 3 options, I'll give you the poll. I'll absolutely give you the poll. So yeah, make your decisions. Make your decisions. Absolutely. This is not going in any way, shape, or form the way I was expecting to. But I love it. But I absolutely love it. This is certainly bringing a very interesting day to this, you know? Chat stream. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll run with it. You know what I mean? How's it going, Authenticator? Hello, you beautiful being. I will absolutely run with it. That is very much the kind of way that I run my games, is if people are enjoying themselves and having a wild time and bits and pieces, I will run with whatever happens, for sure. For sure. Which means... Where are you on the map? Lock him in the cage? Done. Well, do you know what? I'll roll to see. It'll be very easy. As long as you don't get a 1. You got a 2. Yeah, absolutely. Shut the cage, lock it. You know, 1 was lock him in the cage. Yeah. I mean, I did the poll anyway to make it a little bit easier, just because we got an alternate option of attacking with the nipper stick. But you do. You lock him in the cage, and he pull the key out, and he starts banging on the cage itself. Bang, 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 bang.
Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Do you want to question him, or do you just want to leave? There are consequences to this choice. Open the cage? Okay. You want to talk to the dog? I'll tell you what. 1's in chat if you want to question the dwarf. 2's in chat if you want to leave. One's in chat if you want to question him. 2's in chat if you want to leave. Chaos Causing Gremlin, how you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. 1, lots of 1s in there. Okay, you decide to check.
Get me out of here! I'm the aviary keeper. I'm not meant to be here.
And just as he says that, one of the birds shits on his big umbrella hat. It's just like, it's like it comes out here, but it very much is an umbrella that's been strapped to like a strap around his head.
What are you doing? Get me out of here!
What do you want to ask the thingies? I can see why he has a hat. Absolutely. Lots of bird poop. You can also, like, as you were running, you could see that, like, underneath all the sawdust and the gravel and shit, there is just shitloads of bird poo. It's like bird poo that's been layered on top of. So all the birds have shat everywhere. Everywhere there's poo, they've just put more, like, gravel and sawdust and straw, and then more poo, and then gravel and sawdust and straw. It's like they never clean it out. They just keep layering it up.
It's a raid.
You know?
Flee!
Oh, ladies and gentlemen and all genders outside between, dig deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. It's the Cleo Cabaret. How's it going, Lady Cleo? Long time no see. I hope you are keeping well, you beautiful bean. I hope you are doing gloriously well, you happy-go-lucky scamp you. Today, friends, we are doing something a little bit different. I don't normally stream on a Saturday night by any stretch of the imagination, but the community have won this extra stream due to their kindness and smashing a donation goal, and we are doing the Labyrinth roleplay game, where chat is a character, and they are making their way through the labyrinth, as in the movie of. People from my stream, go and check out the wonderful, the glorious, the beautiful Lady Cleo Cabaret, a cabaret performer extraordinaire, much like myself, a wonderful, wonderful being who I very, very much appreciate it. Popcorn in this economy, and no pagan in purple. It's outrageous. But what can I say? We're lavish like that, especially for someone like Lady Cleo, all right? That's cool. I thought it was a choose your own adventure, Lady Cleo. It is not. It is like a full tabletop roleplay game. So the way that we're doing it is chat are a character that we have called Brat-ley Chat-sworth, and all of you are deciding what we do. At the moment, where we are at in the game, you got captured by a group of night goblins and taken to a giant aviary. So it was like a massive bird cage in the middle of the labyrinth, or the edge of the hedge maze, should I say. There's loads and loads of birds in there. you have escaped it, but you have locked the bird keeper, who is a dwarf kind of like Hoggle, but with a really long chin beard, inside the bird cage with all of the birds. And he's got like a little umbrella hat on that's covered in bird shit, and little brown overalls. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, Brat-ley Chat-sworth is doing all right. He's doing okay. He's doing okay. But yeah, so that's where we're at. People from my stream, like I said, go and check out the wonderful Lady Cleo. Lady Cleo is a very, very, very good friend of mine, who has performed on my stage. We've done several performances together. Wonderful, wonderful human being, phenomenal singing voice, and just a glorious being. If you enjoy the vibes over here, you enjoy the conversations that we have over here, then you will thoroughly enjoy Lady Cleo streams for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Lady Cleo, if you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat or some kind of delightful beverage. Please go do so. Please look after yourself. As much as I love your attention, and I do love your attention, I fully understand that you've got places to go. Like, you've got a life. You've got a life, and that life is really important. And you've just been streaming and what have you. Friends, if you are new here, 2 things you need to know about the channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave. You shouldn't be here because you were in Lady Cleo's stream, and Lady Cleo also has an 18+ channel. But on the off chance you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave because we talk about sex like all the time. All the time. Not today, because today's all about the Labyrinth, but generally speaking, we do, you know? I'll let you out, but you need to help me first. How do I get out of here? I need to find the Goblin King.
What? Jareth? No, you don't want to speak to Jareth. Jareth is not he scares me. I don't like Jareth at all. No, you know. Why would you want to go and see him?
Chat can ask questions. Currently, the situation is Brat-ley is asking questions of the dwarf that they have just locked into the aviary. Can we ask him if he's got any weapons, and if he hands them to us, we'll let him out, but we won't.
No, I don't have any weapons. I've only got my spade and my net. The net to catch the bird, the spade to pick up the shit.
I'm definitely going to grab a snacky snack, but I'll be lucky. No worries, go get a snacky snack. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for choosing me to raid, Lady Cleo. I hope you're doing well. It's been a long time since we've been able to hang out properly, so I hope you're doing well. How about our intelligence when we think about why would goblins take us to an aviary and not some moldy dungeon? I'll roll, but I think it will be a relatively low one. Yeah, you know, the entire purpose is because the Goblin King has given out instruction to delay you as much as possible. The longer that you take to get out of the to get to the castle, the longer it will be, or the more it'll, or the more likely it is that the Goblin King will be able to keep your memories. Do we have any space for objects? Nope. No space. Oh no, you do have space for objects. You have space for one more object because you lost the ball of yarn when you initially tried to escape. Show him mercy, let him go, but perhaps follow him if he runs. Yeah, I mean, you can let him go. I mean, we can do a vote, I suppose. Slight side step here, but with your cabaret, do you ever come towards Tractorland, Norfolk? Do shows, as we would love to be able to come and see one of your shows, but not where you post about. I post about them on all social medias when I get booked for them and stuff, and I'll do like periodic posts for stuff that I do get booked for, just to kind of spread the word and help out whoever it is that I'm working for. I haven't been down Norfolk way, but I'm not against it. If I get booked for a show down there, then I would absolutely come down there for sure. But I wouldn't organize my own shows down there because it's just or certainly not at the moment, because it's such a ball ache to run a show so far away from where you live. Because the way that I do it is like I redecorate an entire venue. I'll like go in, book a venue, redecorate that entire venue, then put on the show. And it makes, if I ever did like a tour, that would probably work. But it's a lot of work for like one show, if that makes sense. You know? Could we have the net? We can bargain with him against Jareth.
Oh, no, I wouldn't step against Jareth the Goblin King. No, definitely not. No. I just keep the birds. I keep my head down. I don't want anything. And as he says, keep my head down, another bird shits on his head and it just rolls off the side of his umbrella hat. Could we have the net? You let me out and I'll give you the net. If you let me out, then I'll give you the net. Do you want to do it? One's in chat if you want to trade the net to let him out. Two's, in fact, you know what? New poll. I will do it. Trade net for freedom. For his freedom. Steal net. Walk away. There are consequences to all of these actions. I suppose the other option is you could just let him out. Ask him what his dearest wish is. No, I don't have wishes anymore. I gave them all up so that I could just be here with the birds. You know, don't end up doing nothing if you've got wishes. It's always a disappointment. And he has no dreams. No dreams. No. So you don't wish to get out? No, I didn't say that. I'm happy. I would like to get out. That would be nice. Could you just let me out? That would be wonderful. We have wasted too much time here, methinks. Interesting. You have spent a lot of time here. Searching around in the aviary, talking to the birds, trying to find a way out before this, and it is definitely, you feel like it has definitely been a long time. Trade the net for freedom. 73% of you said thingy. Ask about the stone. I don't know about the stones. The stones are the birds are just, they do the things. I don't really ask questions. I'm just here to clear up after them and make sure they're fed. And as he says, make sure they're fed, the initial pigeon sort of very flutterily sort of goes over, lands on his shoulder, and he just pulls out some seed and just feeds it to the pigeon. Feel sorry for him. What are you going to do if we let you out? Nothing. I won't do nothing. I don't do anything. I just keep my head down. It's nothing to do with me. Whatever happens between you and the Goblin King is nothing to do with me. And then you say, I'll trade you the net for your freedom. You trade me the net? Oh, but I need the net. Otherwise, how am I going to catch the birds when they get out of here? Then I need my freedom. Otherwise, I will never be able to get out of here, and I'll have slowly but surely waste away and die of starvation. Okay, all right. And he slides the net through the bars, and you take the net, and as you do, you unlock the thingy and open the gate. As he steps out, he takes the key out himself and pockets it, so you can't lock him in again. And he goes, well, what's fair is fair, I suppose. Oh, God, I hate this. And as he takes 4 steps forwards, he takes a little plod and a little plod and a little plod, and as he does, a good dozen birds all fly out of the open door and fly off and start hedging into, like, landing on the hedges around the space. And he's like, oh no, now this is the reason why I need the net. And he very quickly closes the aviary, locks it again, and then very quickly like runs around trying to catch the birds as you make your way out of the area. Okay. Ask if he knows anything about it. Well, he's busy now. Let us move on to the next scene. Which will be... What time are we at? Okay. Okay. Let's do it that way.
Okay, yeah, we'll do it that way. We'll do it that way. Which means that we go to that page. You make your way through various different routes, desperately trying to follow the path that you were originally brought, but for some reason the initial moss-covered hole, the tunnel that you came through, is nowhere to be found. You keep marching your way down and find various different locations. Steadily, you can hear the ring of steel and the roar of a crowd. A young woman in a duelist uniform is fencing with a fox, back and forth across a manicured garden strewn with obstacles. All around the periphery, onlookers observe the exchange, breaking into applause when a combatant makes an impressive maneuver. Before long, the woman disarms the fox, sending her sword flying into a nearby hedge. The crowd roars in its approval, and the woman shouts, "Well, who's next?" Behind her stands a flowered archway leading deeper into the Hedge Maze. So as you come up, you see that there are a variety of goblins all sat inside the hedge itself. And the entire section looks like a giant rectangle strewn with rubble and an interesting daze. A pool sits in the middle with stepping stones across it. Then a pile of boulders. Then a series of fallen pillars right next to a large grassy verge. As you step in, she turns and goes, "I am Evangeline LaRoche. Are you my next competitor? Do you dare to take on the great duelist of the Labyrinth?" You have been challenged, friends. You have been challenged. You really have got the infection of Bowie's voice. Thank you very much. I have watched the Labyrinth quite recently and reminded myself of how it all works. Well, really, it is I, Jareth. I give you the net back if you tell me about the Goblin King. To be fair, he was very, very quiet, to be fair, Chaos Goblin. He wasn't really interested in it, but yeah, here we are. What is the prize? If you can defeat me, I will let you pass, and you can go through the Flower Arch on towards the castle. If you can't defeat me, then I will take what is yours. Those are my terms. If we win, she escorts us to Jareth. You are going to contest the terms. An interesting concept. Very well. If I win, then I will take what is yours. If you somehow win, then I will take you as far as I can into the Labyrinth. Can we duel as a dance battle? Oh, no. Definitely not. So, I am assuming she does say, choose your weapon. What is yours is way too vague. You can infer from that authenticator that she will take all of your possessions.
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow, you beautiful being. I really appreciate that. What kind of armor is she wearing? She is the greatest duelist in the Labyrinth, and she guards the gate leading deeper into the Hedge Maze. She says, I have trained for 100 years with the greatest swordmaster the world has ever known. She's wearing sort of a poofy doublet, as it were. Very, you know, like where they've got like extra adornments for no real reason, and she's wielding a rapier. Like one of the thin, fine sticks. Beautiful hose and some fancy, the like red leather boots that match the red velvet of her beautiful doublet. So she's not really wearing any armor other than, like, I would say the thick hide of her boots and the thick hide of her gloves are probably the only armor that she really wears. But her hair is tied back in like a very tight bun, so as not to get in her way. So it's possessions, not our life. No, all about the possessions. A foil, not a saber. Yes, very much so. Actually, yeah, it kind of is, but like a thicker. Instead of it being like a really thin blade, like a foil, it's like thicker, as it were. But it's not curved like a saber. But she says, choose your weapon. Would you like to fight with the nipper stick? Or would you... One's in chat if you want to fight with the nipper stick. Two's in chat if you want to try and find a weapon amongst the debris at your feet. There are like a variety of benches and stuff around that have all got people on them. And then there's goblins directly into the hedges themselves. Two. You want to try and find something? Okay, cool. We'll give you advantage because of the fact that you have got spotting and listening as your thingy, as your one of your traits. Oh, let's get rid of you, Brat-ley. It is a 3. Have a look. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, with a 3. All right. It's not great. You immediately know that what you have found is not going to be the best for the scenario. Give me 2 seconds while I also check this, because that's going to be needed. And then I need... Oh, excuse me. To get that. It's already not great. You have immediately, you've searched around the floor and all of the goblins and the dwarves, and there's like a random couple of horned beasts that are around the side. They are all laughing at you as you are searching around looking for a weapon. The only thing that you can find is, it looks like a sword, but it doesn't have a guard on it. It's kind of just got like a handle. But the handle, the only way I can really describe it is it kind of looks like an oversized bread knife. So it's like a really long knife with a serrated edge on one side, and that's the only cutting edge. And the handle looks like it should be like a kitchen knife handle. So it sits quite wide in your grip. You can grip it, but it sits quite wide in your grip. Okay. So the way that this works is you are going to be fighting or against her at different steps, different stages, as it were. Okay. You have to beat her in 3 stages for you to win. She has to beat you in 3 stages for you to win. And of course, my oh, of course, it's fucking up a little. It's fucking up again. It's all right. Deactivate, reactivate. Okay. So we start initially. You do not have any benefits to it, so it's just 1 die. It is a 4 versus her 5, and you start on the number of fallen pillars. So there's a variety of various different pillars that look like they were from like ancient Greek colosseums, effectively, that are strewn about the place. She immediately stands up and says, "Here will be our battleground. On guard!" And steps up. She swings her sword wildly towards you, very much underestimating your evident skill, because she sees you with a giant bread knife. However, you manage to deflect her blow and then bring round towards her, almost taking across her face, and she has to make a bit of a retreat. So that's 1 win for you. She then quickly does a somersault out of the way, moving her way over to the long rectangular stone-lined pool that is covered in stepping stones and lily pads. Next, your roll. 2 versus her roll. 5. She steps up, and as you make your advance, she brings her her blade forward, very much quickly taking you back. She has the advantage, and her skill is very much showing now. So you're back to neutral again. Once again, roll for the thingy. 3. You then go over to a rock garden. It kind of looks like one of the Zen gardens, covered in sand, but with various different odd rocks about the place. Between the softness of the sand and the firmness of the rock, it gives you very uneven footing. Again, yours. Oh, critical fail. Versus hers, she still stumbles. However, well, that happened sooner than I was expecting. So. Okay. So, you step up to back onto the stones, wielding your bread knife. Okay. She immediately takes the advance and moves around you to try and get better ground, very much quickly going to one of the larger rocks. You are stood in like a sand area that has been carved, you know, like the way that they comb the ground in like a Zen garden and what have you. It's been combed and what have you. So as you step up, you're like, oh God, right, okay. And then you take defense again and start making your way over to her. And suddenly the ground falls from beneath you. See you later, Wheezy Gal. You take it easy. You immediately fall into a hole. Completely gone. You also let go of the bread knife, so it goes above you. You've completely let go of it. It is gone. Is it quicksand? More like a hole, but we'll have to find out what after the adverts, because adverts are due any second now. So we will find out momentarily what happens to you once the adverts are run. I was not expecting that to happen quite so soon. I thought you might get a couple more rounds in that, but with it being a critical fail and then rolling a 1 on the dice, I was like, well, that's happening now. There we go. That's it. That's all right. And so we were grabbed by hands. So you would expect. So you would expect. It has to be said. So you would expect. Merde. Exactly. Holy Sans. Look, sometimes it'd be like that. Okay. Are you all enjoying yourselves? Are you all having a good time so far? I really enjoyed when we played through in the stone walls. And it's very interesting with, you enjoying it? No ads got me. Save yourselves. It's all right. It's okay, Danae Raven. Oh, well, you can't hear me at the moment, but it's okay. Meanwhile, the internet is abuzz with the reactions to the trailer of upcoming movie Wicker. Check it out when you get a moment. All right, okay. Is it based on the Wicker Man? I would imagine. Lovely reading voice. Oh, thank you very much, Kid Temperature. I appreciate it. Shazza, how you doing? How's it going? I doubt our dear Goblin King would be that obvious, though. Maybe one day. Maybe. Maybe. Watched a film earlier. She has a Womble on her shelf. She does indeed have a Womble on her shelf. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. Hells yeah, no. So much fun. You're fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really enjoyed the first section
you subscribed.
that we did.
Most kind.
Kyle, thank you very much, you beautiful being, for gifting that sub to Janae Raven. That's very kind of you. That is very, very kind of you, beautiful being. I will now inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane, Janae Raven. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Oh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know? Oh, my face is getting heavy with the makeup and stuff now. But it's all good. It's all good. We've got 40 seconds before the adverts are done, but it's okay. I find that the second section, as we are in now, is very different to the first section. This second section, the Hedge Maze, is far more high-paced. The first section was all about like really interesting encounters, and then the second section, the Hedge Maze, the first section being the stone walls, and the second section is like a lot more high-paced. There's a lot more like chase scenes. A lot more action, a lot more fighting, and obviously like I've added some of my own scenes in this because now I feel a bit more confident with it after the first session. I feel like I have a bit of a better grip with it, so I've added a couple of my own scenes in there. I've also adapted some of the scenes that already exist in here in order to make it more applicable to either this setting or change it a little bit, you know, which I can talk about afterwards. I can talk about at the very, very end so that you know what's going on. But yeah, do you narrate any audiobooks? If so, I'd love to. Do you know what, Kit Tempest? Yesterday we did an extra stream, and that was the first time I'd ever done an audiobook, and we did The Call of Cthulhu at the request of chat. So that will be on the VODs channel, the VODs and Vanity channel, probably tomorrow. It should have finished processing sometime around now, so it should be available on the VODs channel tomorrow. I would imagine once I've got a chance to update everything and what have you. Right, give me 2 seconds while I do that. That's already sorted. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sweet! So, the adverts are over, friends. The adverts are over. One wrong step is all it takes. The pavement below you, or the sand below you, suddenly tips down into a steep ramp, sending you tumbling down into the darkness. As you fall, you can hear the crack of vines. You can smell a floral smell, a strange sort of musky floral smell. And you fall but instead of being caught by hands, as you may expect, you fall into like a tunnel that sort of curves round, and then you get hit and jarred and hits another corner, and steadily but surely you fall into into an oubliette. Down in the darkness, you hear some whispers. Some delicate whispers. What is it? What has fallen? What is this? You try and feel your way around, and you feel like branches and leaves, like some dried leaves, some fresh leaves. The occasional flower. Ow! You realize that the whisper is potentially the flowers that are here in the dark. Okay. That's amazing. I love the fact that that's there. I love the fact that that's there. Okay. All right. Oh, as you settle into the ground, there is a really soft glow that sort of emanates, and you can just peer through the darkness. It's like a really sort of soft green tealy glow. And you can peer through the darkness and you can see sort of the outlines of loads of little violets in amongst what looks and smells like a compost heap, for lack of a better term.
Well, we didn't think you'd get this far. Could you imagine the fact that they've come here? A human has come here all the way from the other place, and they've managed to make their way all the way down here. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that wonderful? Oh yes, it's wonderful. I really like it.
You realize that the flowers themselves are all discussing your progress. They're all talking about the challenges that you've overcome and the things that they've heard about you. Some of it is complete and utter bullshit. It's like whispers that have passed down and got distorted. Like talking about how in order to like fix the clock, you actually grew 200 feet tall, took the top of the clock off, and then fixed it from the outside as if you were a clockmaker. Whereas other things are really accurate, like the way that you got blown up and then landed in the nest of a stilt bird. You know, do they know that we can hear them? They don't. They look like they're ignoring you. But in the same way that well, do you know what? I'll give you advantage because, yeah, a 5, yeah, absolutely. They look like they are talking about you in the same way that popular girls do in teen drama movies, where they know that you can hear them, but they are not. They're talking about you, not to you, if that makes sense. Can we tell which flowers from the smell is from? No, not really. It's just sort of like the general area smells quite floral, but in the same, but like sickly sweet at the same time, because there's evidently like what you have landed on. What stopped you from snapping your ankles as you came down this tube/slide was like a giant compost heap, effectively. Right. Choice time, friends. Oh, wrong one. New poll. Search area. Speak to flowers. Try and find exit. Climb out. Make your decision. Make your decision. We didn't enter any of them, did we? Not that you are aware of. Not that you are aware of. What, other than the one that said ouch when you were like feeling around in the dark. Give them your best hero stance and proclaim, "It is I, indeed. I heard of your beauty and had to make a discourse to see for myself." If you choose to converse with the flowers, I will fully accept that as your introduction. I will fully accept that as your introduction. 100%. For sure. Wow. Wow. Love it. Speak to the flowers. 69% of you said speak to the flowers. 20% of you said search the area. 7% of you said try and find an exit, and 4% of you said climb out. Okay. You do. You stand up. You put your hands on your hips and you say, "It is I indeed. I heard of your beauty and had to make a detour to see for myself." You get a disadvantage at this because one of your traits is blunt, which means that you get disadvantages on certain social roles, and this is definitely one of those social roles. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let me just deactivate and reactivate the cam. Or the camera, because apparently this one's being a pain in the hoop today. Disadvantage 3. They all laugh. They all laugh. They're all like, oh, they think they're a hero. They think they're a hero. Oh, dear me. Oh, good Lord, what a bumbling hero they happen to be. Could you imagine if they were a hero, they would have been caught in here, would they? Like, and they just start giggling. Absolutely wildly giggling at you. As if you were, as if you just made a complete fool of yourself. However, in amongst the giggling, you hear a voice. "Oh, don't listen to them. They're not very special at all. They're just tired and sick that they're here. Don't be listening to them." You cannot see where you are. You can't see where the voice is coming from. But you know it's like somewhere behind you. Ringo Starr? Maybe. Who knows? So you mean Flowers are not going to be nice? They're definitely not nice. They're definitely not nice. I mean, they can be. If you get the right roles and stuff, for sure. Do you want to search for the origin of that voice? From Dudley? Ringo Starr? So he's from Liverpool. I have been looking for you. For me? Okay, you turn around and you start making your way across. And there in a corner, you find, weirdly, you find a guy who has like long greasy hair and a bit of a beard, and he's wearing like glasses, but one of the arms has like snapped off, and he's wearing a Judas Priest t-shirt. Yeah, he's wearing a Judas Priest t-shirt and a pair of very badly sort of like muddied, not stained, but muddied trousers. And he has a pad in front of him. In fact, you know what? I'll roll for you. 6, absolutely smashed it. So he's got a pad in front of him, a pencil that he's writing stuff down on. And at his waist, tied to his waistband, is a bag of dice. Oh, you're right. How you doing? Nice to see you. Oh, hope you're not expecting any help from these lot. They're all horrible. You turn to them and you say, "Oh, hello." "Yes, Painkiller. I heard no one in these parts knows it better than us." "Oh, you know Judas Priest?" "Yeah, they're my favourites. I very much enjoy them." "I like him very much." "Oh, thank you very much. I like you too. I tell you what, next time I'm writing a roleplay game, would you like to be a part of it?" Where are you headed then? To be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure how I got here. Oh, by the way, my name's Ben. I'm not entirely sure what it is that I did to get here, but one point I was sat down writing a tabletop roleplay game out about the Labyrinth, and then the next moment I closed my eyes and suddenly I'm here amongst all these flowers. Not even a word of a lie. Random prisoner. I rolled a 2. An RPG writer that has become trapped in his own creation called Ben. Ask him if this voice of Sodor. No, afraid not. Wow, I know, right? Do you know the way out of here? Perchance. Great hero. Ask him if the flowers are playing. To be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. From what I remember of the rulebook, these flowers are very cultured flowers, and they really pity the characters, from what I remember. However, there is something they demand. You just got to work out what it is. Although, I would advise that you don't actually try and escape them, because they get very angry if any of them are damaged. You know, for some reason I'm going into a West Country accent as well. I certainly know the way in here, it's true. In fact, you can see like a very dim glow from a hole in the top of the roof. He's going to ask you the same thing. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a famous tabletop roleplay writer. Yeah, you know, exactly. You know. Immediately started singing, Ben, the two of us need to look no more. Really? Do you know the way out of here? Do you want to ask him to roll a dice? I am curious. Absolutely. What? In here? You want me to roll a dice in here? All right, I'll do that. Thanks to all who can help me understand this game. I live under a rock. Is it like the ones early 2000s books where we could choose the end? In Portugal, we call these chills, arepios. We hadn't dices. No, so the way that it works, Fabian, is it's a roleplay game. So it's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons or Vampire the Masquerade or something like that. I originally thought it was a choose your own adventure. So it was like turn to page whatever, turn to page whatever. But it's a roleplay game. So the way that it works is I've created a character that chat, all of you are playing this one character. And you are trying to get through the labyrinth against me, effectively. All right, I'll do it. What have you got in your possession? I don't need that one. It's this one, Brat-ley. Okay. Yeah. Ben pulls open his bag of dice, his dag of bice, as he calls them. Oh, I love my dag of bice. And he rumbles around. He says, "What kind of dice do you want? We going for D20 or D percentile or what? Your choice, friends. What kind of dice do you want? D20? D20. Dagger bice. Okay. He puts down his pad, like on the floor, and he rolls. And you realize that the shiny rock that you got from the birdcage actually is glowing a little bit. So you pull it out and you hold it over the area to sort of like give a little bit more light so you can see the dice itself, you know. He rolls the d20 and it's a natural 1. And as he rolls, you see the 1 start to glow ever so slightly. He immediately disappears because the floor underneath him opens and he just gets swallowed completely by the darkness. He's gone. Rip Ben. Rip Ben. That's it. That is it. That is it. I was absolutely willing to go with that one, but it was a natural 1. So, I'm a bit stuck with that one. Do you know what I mean? In fact, he full on does the Wilhelm scream. Ah! Ben! What the? Absolutely. Poor Ben. He's gone. That's it. You do have the choice to go in after him, I suppose. You have the choice to go in after him if you would like to, or you can speak to the flowers. 1's in chat if you want to speak to the flowers and try and work out a way out. 2's in chat if you want to jump in after Ben. Is the notepad still there? Nope, everything's gone. The entire thing, like everything that was Ben is just gone in this square hole beneath you. 2's in chat if you want to jump in after Ben. 1's in chat if you want to. Yeah, 1's in chat if you want to speak to the flowers. 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Can we not search for an out? Yeah, you can do. You can do. 2. We're about 50-50 here. 2, 1, 2. Oh god, right. Okay, we're gonna have to do an actual poll because you are so indecisive. I'm not entirely sure what thingy. Okay. I tell you what we'll do is choice. Choice. Fuck it, sure. Jump in after Ben. Stay and search / talk. 1 minute, go. Coda Berry, how are you doing, you beautiful being? Thank you very much for being here. Can we not try and get outside? You can. Well, it's. Do you want to? This is just a question. Do you want to stay in the main chamber, or do you want to jump in after Ben? Once we've done that, I can work out the rest of it. That hole might lead to the 80s. I don't want to go there. Yeah, it might. I've actually, do you know what, Nibrin? Now you've said that, I've always assumed that it is still the 1980s. Because I assumed it was set in the day and age of the Labyrinth. So, I just assumed it was. I just assumed it was. But actually, yeah, who knows? Who knows, you know? What did they want? Stay and search, 65% of you. I love the fact that 35% of you are just like, nope, we are gonna jump in after them. Okay. You start to search around. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look-see. You hold the glowing stone above you, and you start to search around in the brush, as it were. Okay. As you are searching about, you find a few doors that are behind, like, loads and loads of vines, and the vines are built into, like, the wall itself. You remember that Ben had said that they'll get really angry if you start to break at the vines. But they are behind the doors. As you are looking around, they do say the plants do start to sort of come in, like really snakily, over towards you. And they from the whispers that you can hear, they seem very, very fascinated by the green and gold glowy stone that you have in your hand.
Oh, it's been so dark around here. We could do with one of those. Yes. Oh, you trade us for one of those, and we will show you the way out. Give us this trinket of yours, this glow, this nice light, and we will allow you exit of here.
Do you want to trade? Good night. You take it easy, beautiful beings. I realize it's quite late now, but yeah. Do you want to trade with the light? New Paul. Trade? Question mark. Trade. Gem. Negotiate. Smash through. Climb. Because you can try. Though you don't think you'd do very well, but you can try. Show them the stone. Apply the mirror to multiply the miser. Show it off. Ask for an exit and a secret. Ooh, so negotiate. That'll be it. If you choose negotiate, that will be it, Miss Asia. All right. Okay. 4 options. Minute. Let's go. Let's go. These are your options. Which means that if you go... Ooh, that's a really good point, actually. All right. You will then go to here. Yeah? Okay. Very nearly. Let's find out what you're after. Apply the mirror to it, yeah. Ooh. Then you pull out your tiny little tier 3 mirror and you say, you can get twice as much light, but it will cost you.
Ooh. The hero negotiates. I see. Okay, very well.
For an exit and a secret. Well, immediately as soon as you say exit, one of the doors at the far end opens up. All of the vines move back from it, and the door itself falls, and you can see light beyond the doorway. And when you say secret, she says,
if you help the giant tortoise, she will save you time.
That's what they say. If you help the giant tortoise, they will save you time. Or she will save you time. Run out of the doorway and take the gem in the mirror. Like, I feel that as you are doing that, you feel the vines sort of like moving around your limbs, making sure that you basically can't do that effectively, you know? And then as they say that, they then snatch them from your hands. But the pathway, even like weirdly, the all of the floor moves, like, because you were walking over a compost heap. The compost heap sort of moves to the side and displays a route for you to take out to that. As you go down that, you then quickly go from like again, sort of like a rough hewn stone corridor into like a soil, like a giant mole tunnel, effectively. You do meet, if I can find it, as you're walking down. Do I have? Bear with me 2 seconds, friends. All right. Let's do our first random encounter. You meet a collection of 3 dwarves that are like digging to try and make a new tunnel, effectively.
You're doing it wrong. You shouldn't be doing like that.
Oh, I thought I was doing it right. I thought that if we were going in this direction, this would really work.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Exactly. In fact, it's 2 dwarves and a giant badger.
Why do I have to hang around with you?
Get rid of the tier 3 mirror. And the shiny stone. Cool. So now you have 3 sections left in your pockets, as it were. Do you want to interact with them, or do you just want to carry on your way?
Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom.
1's in chat if you want to carry on your way. 2's in chat if you want to interact with them. You can see in the distance that there is a ladder. Perception check. Yeah. You can see that there is a ladder in the distance. You can see that that ladder goes directly upwards to somewhere that is sunlit. Listening closely, they're just talking about they're complaining mostly about Jareth asking them to make new tunnels when they think that there should be enough tunnels already around. And why are they asking them to do them, and why are they not asking like the moles and stuff to do them, you know? 2. No worries, you take it easy, Jamjar. Thanks very much for stopping by. 2. All right, crack on. Crack on. Was 2 cracking on? I've now forgotten. I'm sure 2 was cracking on. How's it going, Miss Coco Bear? How you doing? You make your way on. You get to the ladder. You climb the ladder. And as you get out the top, you realize you are in one of those... 2 was talk to them? All right. Sure. Was 2 talk to them? I can't remember. Chat, was 2 talk to them? Remind me, chat. I need your help. Talk to them. Okay. You say hello?
Oh, it's you. What? You know this one? Yes, everyone's talking about them. There's the one that's desperate to try and find Jareth. Is one of his merry games, I suppose. Merry games.
Oh, I didn't really know. I don't like to get involved.
No, neither do I. I don't like to get involved at all.
2 was walk on. Let's do it again so that I actually remember this time. 1's in chat if you want to talk to them. 2's in chat if you want to walk on and go straight to the ladder. Oh, that's amazing, Miss Kokobay. Love that. 1's walking on. 1's walking on. 1's walking on. 2 was talk. Okay. 1's. Everyone's walking on. Cool. As you very quickly go, well, see you later. Bye. About your business. Toodaloo. And you carry on, get to the ladder. And again, you see the sunlight. You climb the ladder and you find yourself in one of those pots that's on a table that makes no sense as to how you could climb out of a pot when it's on a table and there's definitely no tunnel underneath it. But you do. You do. You climb out. And then you hear... One was talk this time. What? Talk. Carry on. I'm doing it this way because fuck me, Pollet. My brain is evidently tired from doing the 2 extra streams. Yeah, I switched it. Ah, for fuck's sake. The poll's there now. From doing the 2 extra streams and the audiobook stream and everything else, I evidently, my brain is getting a bit gooey. My brain's getting a bit gooey. Harumph is the name of the poll. Aptly so as well. Aptly so as well. Now they tie it. If they tie it, I'll just put it down to a dice. We'll roll a dice for it. Fuck it. Thinking and remembering is hard. It is after, what? We're approaching 4 hours of this roleplay game so far. Approaching 4 hours of it. And this is also, like, I don't run games myself. This is a new experience for me, really. I've run one when I was, like, 17, maybe. You little bastards. Right. Odds. You talk to them. Evens, you carry on. It's a 4. You carry on. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. You go to the ladder. You climb to the top. You climb out of the pot. And then you're like, oh my god, how did I climb out of this pot? Because there's definitely a table underneath it and there's definitely no gap. How does that even work? Oh my god. And then you hear... You make your way across the little square. And round the corner, you can see, tied up in a tree, is a horned beast who is snarling. Yowls and moans fill the hedge maze. Through a low archway, you find a stone courtyard overgrown with trees, with a second archway on the other side leading directly towards the castle. The noises are coming from a huge creature being tormented by a patrol of 6 armored goblins. The goblins are wearing full plate armor. You can see that. But it does make it a little bit hard for them to see. And they all have nipper sticks. They all have little pink creatures on the end of sticks. And strung up in a tree by his feet is a giant ginger horned beast that looks remarkably like Ludo. However, this one has a big ginger beard. A big ginger beard. What would you like to do? Would you like to... Do you want to chuck rocks at them? Chuck rocks at the goblins? Bearing in mind that you... We know that guy? You do. Some of you do. Some of you definitely know that guy. He looks remarkably familiar for a horned beast that you've never laid eyes on before. Do you know what I mean? For a horned beast that you've never laid eyes on before, he looks remarkably familiar. You know. So, the question is, how do you want to go about How do you want to go about... well, it's up to you. You can try and get... You do know that in order to get to the castle, because you can see the castle... Oh, I've just realized something as well. You can see the castle for, like, through the thingy. Because you're kind of, like, at the edge of the Edge Maze, and there's, like, different styles of, like, a rock wall that goes around it. In fact, I can literally show you what it is like. The best way to probably do it is this way. So you can see that there's like rock up here, the big tree in the middle, and then like hedgerows here. So you've come out of this little exit here, and you've come out and you're realizing that you are right at the edge of the Hedge Maze. That there isn't much more to go. If you want to bypass this area to then go to the goblins' castle. You know? There are 6 goblins. Yes, there are indeed. Observation skills. Okay. You see that one of them has armor that's like held on by string and luck. One of them's got a red plume in their helmet. One of them has armor that's made out of pots and pans. No, you don't notice that. One of the goblins in between all of like the armor that they're wearing is just fur sticking out of every gap. And one of them has armor that's painted red, and the paint is still very much wet. How much time do we have? That was rolled at advantage, and there was a critical failure in there, but because you've got the benefit of spotting, it means that you got a 2 instead of a 1. However, it means that you cannot see the clock from where you are. You don't know how much time has passed. So you're not entirely sure. You're not a goblin fairy, more like just one with really excessive amounts of back hair. But yeah, so either way, you know that you need to cross this area in order to get by. The question is... yeah, the question is whether you want to save the creature or not. Goblin fairy... Yeah, furry goblin, as opposed to a goblin fairy. Yeah. Is there anything in the room we sprouted in of use? Nope. Not really. The only things you've got on you... In fact, you know what? We can pop back over here and pull up the character scenario. I'm just going to quickly deactivate and reactivate the camera again, because that's not Brat-ley anymore. Oop. This is the new Brat-ley. So you have boot polish. One of the nipper sticks that they also have, and they have a potion of sleep. I tell you what. Let us roll at advantage for your skills of spotting and listening. This was the only way you were going to spot this. Underneath one of the trees in the courtyard, there does seem to be like a lot of their packs. They've got like backpacks that they've put down in order to torment the creature that is strung up into the tree. So in amongst that, you can definitely see like a wine flask. So it's like that's where their food, and when they're taking a break, it's there. You're saving him, of course. I'm glad to hear it. Much I want to say Ludo is another delay tactic by the Goblin King. Potentially. Or this could be an ally to help you en route to the Goblin King. Is there a way to camouflage since we have a nipper stick? Potentially, they can't really see, like, the helmets that they're wearing don't give them a lot of vision. I suppose I could roll it at advantage because you have got singing and dancing, which is meant to be all about, like, where it says traits, singing and dancing, that's all about creativity. So I'm happy to roll it at advantage to see if you can cover yourself in the boot polish, pick up the nipper stick, and basically masquerade as one of their own. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. That was not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. There we go. With a 3. Do you know what? I will roll. I will roll for them. None of them could really make out. Only one of them gets a little bit suspicious. So you're covering yourself with boot polish. Like, and then going over with a nipper stick, kind of masquerading as their thingies. Your performance isn't very good, but only one of them gets a bit suspicious. And they get suspicious. If you want to spike their wine with, like, the sleeping potion, for example, that would be the point where they get suspicious. But I tell you what, we'll put it to the vote because I feel like that's something that's worth voting. New poll. Tactics. Yeah. Spike wine with potion. Attack and confuse. Go straight away to release the beastie. Or you could just sneak straight past them all and ignore the entire situation. Those are your options. The spiking of the wine. So either way, you have used your boot polish. The boot polish, in order to cover all of your self enough, you will have completely used. Obviously, there will be other things that you can pick up in the game, as you have already seen. If you choose to spike, it will use your sleep potion. But again, you can pick up more stuff. This is only chapter 2 of 5. Just want to say I'm really enjoying this. I'm working on lurking today. We'll probably have a labyrinth and never-ending story in the background once your streaming done. I'm glad to hear that, Millen. I'm really, really glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm enjoying this far more than I thought I was going to. I thought this was going to be like a one stream, one and done, choose your own adventure stream. But I'm actually quite glad that it's a full-on tabletop roleplay because this is far more entertaining. This is far more fun. You know what I mean? You're going straight away and releasing the beastie. Okay. I don't know how well this is going to work, but you go straight over, and that's when the one goblin, the one with the red plume of hair out of the top of his head, gets suspicious. And as you go over, it's like rah, rah, rah. And then you hear Jungle down. You use your nippy stick to nibble away very quickly at the rope that strings him up, and he falls to the floor. Suddenly, there is now there is now a beastie that's detangling himself from it. Looks like Ludo, but with a big ginger beard. And he gets up And he goes, "Ah, ah, ah." And all of the goblins charge at exactly the same time. Okay, I need to very quickly look at my actions. How does this work? Remind me, Valen. Action scenes. What are they doing? Okay, cool. So they're all charging at you. What are you doing? Are you attacking? Are you hiding behind the beastie? Rocks, friends. So you pick up a rock and you throw it at one of them. Okay. We will see. It's a 3. It hits off one of their armors, but suddenly, Chunko, that you don't know is called Chunko yet, but he will be. He is called Chunko. Goes. And little rocks start rolling up towards you. In exactly the same time, the 6 dudes run over to you. Ooh, and 2 of them actually get close enough to you to nip at you. So you get 2 nips that they bite at you. They bite at you, like your arms as you're going through. So you have taken damage now. For the first time in the game, you have taken damage, which is interesting to say the least. Okay, yeah. Cool. I'm assuming you pick up another rock and throw it at them. No, it hurts. Can we die? Yes. Well, kind of. 3, again, you throw a rock and it hits them. In the process where you throw a rock and it hits another one, it just clangs off their armor. Chunko, like, backhands 2 of them and they fly over the hedge. He just goes, "Ugh!" And they, like, literally get yeeted over the hedge. And then they're trying to find their way back. So you got 4 left. Many death rocks. Like big ones. There aren't any big boulders in this area to... Definitely not. Critical, like you got the... Ooh, hello. That one. You got the bird. There are definitely no big rocks in the area. All the rocks that are coming to the call of the beastie are definitely thingies. Is your net big enough to trap one of them in? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. 100% definitely big enough to trap one of them in. So you do that. That's fine. I can roll that. 6, absolutely. You trap with the one that looks like he's got like red paint that's still wet. You throw that over them, and they're sort of like tangled up in it and what have you. There are now 3 left that are a problem, but none of them know what to do. In fact, one of them does the classic stereotypical labyrinth thing of gets so confused, turns around and hits the helmet of another one that the helmet spins around and now he can't see anything at all. Go for the one that can see. There are 2 technically that can see, but there's like 1 left. Okay. Do you want to throwing another rock? Sure. It's a 2. It doesn't really do anything. Sort of hits them, but just again bounces off. Chunko at that stage again grabs another one and sort of in fact Chunko grabs another one and throws him, and as he lands he lands on a glue trap. So there's a tile of the floor that has been completely covered with extremely sticky green glue. And as he lands on it, he then gets stuck and he can't get up. I think you're the only person on here, at least that I've come across, that involves your chat. Also, love your makeup. Thank you very much, Oak. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm not going to lie, this is a bit of an accident. We were meant to be doing a choose your own adventure story, but it turns out this is a full roleplay game. So it's like, yeah, fuck it. Let's do it, you know? I do know that there is another streamer called Brad Woto, which is WOTO, that sometimes does D&D with his chat, but I can't remember the last time he did it. I might have just missed it. But yeah, he's the only other person I know that does it. But yeah, originally I thought this was a choose your own adventure stream, and now it's like, oh, do you know what? No, fuck it. Let's give chat a character and see what happens. You know. Okay. So the bird catching net is covering 1. So there's just the last one. In fact, do you know what the last one? Yeah. The last one sees what's happened to all of his friends and runs away. He just goes, no, not me, and runs off down the way that you came from. So away from the, actually no, would he? No, he doesn't. He runs off to the exit towards the Goblin King's castle. You know? Will this be round 2 or 3? That was technically 3. You did 3 rounds of it, effectively. Oh, this is session 2 for Nemos. So I did the first section, which was the city walls, and this is section 2, which is the hedge maze of the game. As you do it, the big lumbering beast comes over and goes, ha, 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 and you're like, whoa, it's all right. Chunko, friend, and you introduce yourself. It's like, oh, Chunko, I'm Brat-ley. And Chunko goes,
Brat-ley, friend.
Nibirin, if you're still here, you beautiful being, can I get a shout out for Classic Chunk, please? To say a massive thank you to Classic Chunk for being Chunko.
Brat-ley, friend. Chunko down.
For recording me a whole load of things. Because he's a little gem. People go check out my housemate and good friend, Classic Chunk. He's a wonderful, wonderful being, and he's recorded me a whole load of things to play with you today. Absolute pleasure. Yeah, fucking gem of a human being. Okay. You make your way forward, and as you do, you realize that the path that you need to take has taken you right to the edge of the hedge maze area, which means that you are coming to the next section. Oop, hello. The next section of the labyrinth, with Chunko in tow. He comes to your side, and you look out. Across, now that you are clear of the hedges, you can see the land in front of you. The stench is overwhelming, but at least the claustrophobic walls of the maze are behind you. Somewhere, through this open sprawl of wild things, the Goblin City awaits you. And beyond that, the castle. You see mounds of swamps, giant trash heaps, and forested areas in front of you, like a patchwork quilt of dark and mysterious locations. You turn back, and there, beyond the hedge maze, you see the clock tower, and you realize you only have 8.5 hours remaining. steeling yourself, you take Chunko's hand and you move forward in to the lands of yore. And that, friends, is where we are leaving our wonderful journey today. 8.5, yeah. So you lost hours for, or you lost half an hour for, or I say lost out. You basically lost time for getting caught from the goblins. You lost time for actually talking to the dwarf character afterwards, the bird catcher afterwards. You lost time for falling into the pit of violets as well. So yeah, that one's a wild one. So once we, well, that is us up to date currently with our extra streams regarding the Labyrinth roleplay game. And I realized that ended just perfectly because we've just hit a set of adverts as well, which is great. But it does mean that if we smash another donation goal, if you beautiful individuals are able to be, no pressure, no obligation, there is no time limit on any of this, okay? If we're able to hit another donation goal, it means that the next donation goal will take us all into the land of yore, which is where you've got like Sir Didymus, the doors with the doors that I literally have earrings of currently, and a whole load of the Fireys are in this section, as well as the Bog of Eternal Stench. All of these sections are all there in the land of yore. So you've done two of the 5 sections so far, and the next section is the land of yore. Also the trash heaps and stuff like that. There's quite a lot of stuff that happens in the movie in the land of yore. That was so good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And what perfect time as well, because the music has just eased off. But I'll restart it because I enjoyed that music. The land of your mum. Absolutely. DJ local host. It's true. My mother has a lot of land. A lot of land. Absolutely. The best accident all round. Stumbled upon this out of nowhere and I'm having the best time. Thank you for doing this. It makes me so happy. That's very, very kind. I will say, friends, for those people that are new, I don't normally stream on a Saturday by any stretch of the imagination. This is kind of like a different one. The different kind of stream. We are literally doing this as a reward for me to say thank you to the community for smashing donation goals. That is what it's all about, you know. I feel good to be able to thank you in a way that goes beyond me just saying, oh, thanks. Do you know what I mean? How's it going, Frankie D? How you doing? Huge tracts of land. Exactly. For sure. So glad we've done this before I go away on Monday. Yeah. It's good. Very fun indeed. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, friends. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But friends, we have come to the end of our episode in the Labyrinth. It's very interesting because of the way that you went within the Hedge Maze, you actually missed quite a significant amount of the encounters that I had planned, but you lost hours because of it. So you ended up losing more hours, even though you did slightly less than I was expecting you to do. Only slightly, but still, it was very, very interesting. Very interesting for me as a DM as well, or as a GM, a games master, or they call it the Goblin King in this game, because like I said, I've never really run a game properly before. I have produced shows before. I have taken part in shows before, but I have never really run a game myself. So this is all very interesting to me. In memory of Ben. Oh yeah, I forgot about Ben. Poor Ben. Poor old Benny Poos. Good Lord. Anyway, friends, we are going to go throw some love at another wonderful, wonderful, wonderful individual. If you could stick around for the raid, I would very, very, very much appreciate it. Even if it's only 5-10 minutes. 4-10 minutes? 4 or 5 minutes? Fuck it, whatever. However many minutes you can spare, I will happily accept that so that we can go throw some love at another wonderful, wonderful human being. I am going to have a look at who we can go throw some love at, but while I do that, could you do me a massive, massive, massive favor, you beautiful beings, and throw some mod loves in the channel? Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. Nibs, I will need those raid messages again in a moment, if you would be so kind, once people have been kind enough to throw mod loves in the mod for the mods. If you have got love hearts from any channel, I would appreciate them. If you have got mod loves from any channel, I would appreciate them. Just to say a massive thank you to all of those wonderful, wonderful people that moderate for us. They are glorious and spectacular, and I appreciate them very, very dearly. I think we'll go raid you. Because you're fun and you're playing something fun. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Mods, thank you so much for all you do. Thanks so much for this, especially today, because I do not stream on a Saturday night like fucking ever. So I am very, very grateful for you being here. And I am very grateful for you giving up your time so that you can come and moderate and help me out. I genuinely, it means a lot. It means a lot. Friends, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bot of Vein raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vein raid message for non-subscribers. If you are a person that would like to use our raid message, you're so vain, I bet you think this raid is about you. And use your own emotes, you are welcome to do so, you beautiful beings. Friends, we are going to go raid a good friend of ours, a wonderful member of the stream team that I am a part of. Claudithus, thank you very much for thanking the mods. A stream team that I am a part of, who is playing a really fun game, a good old retro style game that is all fantasy and shits and giggles and fun and games. So I think it'll be a nice vibe to go straight into. Friends, we're going to go raid Stella Michelle. Stella Michelle is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being. Very hyper and active and glorious, and just a wonderful being. A very supportive, happy-go-lucky, wonderful individual who I cannot recommend enough. So it's really nice because usually, time zone-wise, we don't get to raid Stella Michelle like fucking ever. So it's really nice to be able to go throw them some love. So let's go do that together. Let's go do that together. Friends, if you're not in the raid up here, please click on the link that I have thrown out here. We used to do shout outs that would pop up here, but that gives them a heads up that we're coming, and I don't like to do that. I like to make it a big old surprise. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell, there's loads of you in here for a bloody Saturday night. I was not expecting that many people to come and join us, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thanks so much for the donations. Thanks so much for getting involved and taking part in the wonderful adventure. Thanks so much to all you beautiful people lurking, or should I say, the watchers from the dark. Thanks so much to all you people watching the VOD as well. I hope you really enjoyed it. Let's go throw some love at Stella. I will be back. Or Stella Michelle, should I say. I'll be back on Monday at 7 p.m. BST, where we're going to be chatting some shit. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Because if I wouldn't do it, he'll fucking kill you. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.